Hi, I'm Chris from Airwindows, and we're going to be continuing the stuff that I was doing on Tuesday. Should be a little bit more fun because I've got some things working that make playing with all of this more amusing. That said, I can't quite get onto it right away, and I'll tell you why. My fire is out. So let me start tending to this. It's maybe not totally out. It's pretty close to out. I'm not sure whether to hope that I can keep track of this better, or hope that stuff goes so well with the programming that I lose track completely, because that's also kind of cool. But yeah, it was 20 degrees this morning. That's relatively chilly. I mean, for out here and all. Oh, I know what I'll do. Pizza slices. That ring in the middle, oh, this has now broke. It doesn't matter. Those rings inside, when you get pizza, you can cut them into pizza-shaped slices and use them to make fires with. It's cardboard, and it is also oil. And I don't think I need both of them. I've been pretty busy, and not only with the Godot thing that I'm fooling with. There's also, I ran some cables. Like I had some cable. Oh, I see smoldering. Let's get this going. It's not quite lively enough to catch just off of the embers, but it's close. And I'm going to see if I can avoid burning myself while doing this. Hey, getting there. Yeah, so that should be getting going pretty soon. But yeah, I was running some microphone cables. I haven't completed running one of them. In fact, I could be doing that on this camera, believe it or not, and I'll tell you why. Because one cable went up to where I can hook a good mic pre to the very microphone you're hearing now. I'm calling it room. It is the top corner of the room. It's like a PZM, only more so, in that it is it's a little lavalier mic. I mean, it's a nice one. It's a Sennheiser one, but it's a little lavalier mic. And I just used some duct tape on its cord to just tuck it into the top corner of the wall. That makes it be, well, you're hearing it right now, that makes it be a very strong room tone, but a simplified room tone. Like what you're hearing there, as far as the room tone is concerned, is the junction of three walls. Mind you, one of them has this sort of portal area in there, but it's a pretty usable sound for some things. And also it is extremely high gain, because every time you bring something to a wall boundary, you're basically doubling the gain. So if you bring it to the middle of a wall, you've got double the gain that it would have in free space. If you bring it to the corner of two walls, that's like quadrupling the gain. In the corner of three walls, that's an extremely loud gain amplification effect. But the main thing is how, because think about it, like supposing it's on that corner, let's see how this is doing. Supposing it's back on that corner and it is at the corner of two walls in the ceiling, which is technically what's happening right now. Floor would work too, mind you, but think about where the wall reflections go. What would be happening is if there are any waveforms that can bounce off of, say, the ceiling and then hit the mic, causing an interference pattern between the direct sound and the reflected sound. Well, by the time you are at the corner of the room or the junction between two walls, there's no such point. Entire walls and ceilings go away from the reflection pattern, other than as a sort of secondary effect. So it ends up being this really strong kind of focused sound that is still incredibly roomy. And that's what you're hearing now. And yeah, I mentioned I'm running a microphone cable. See, here's the thing. One of my cables starts over here and was just a long sort of 20-foot cable. I tucked it under here and I didn't do anything further, so I need to crawl underneath the recording desk, grab my cable and wind it through to closer to where the video making mic, the Colaras I've talked about, what the Roswell fixed for me for free, yay. I need to move it over to where I can plug it into that, but where it will be kind of out of the way. And so that will start with finding it among all the other weird wires around here. And here we go. It's been coiled in like classic sound engineer over under style, so I can make it stretch out. And that's what I'm going to do. I'm going to just run the mic end through where I want it to go. Which is going to be, let's see, well, if it comes from here, comes to under here. Then yeah, man, don't mind me. This is just wackiness. Under there, and then if I grab it from running my cables. I see it. There it is. Over there, but then under this chair. And chuck this back here. And let's see, can I persuade this to go a little bit more smoothly? Yes. Hi, Florian. Hi, Gip, Chad. Florian. I have tried that. One of my old drum sets. By the way, this is a drum practice pad. And this is the kind of thing that I put the piezo pickups on, but it's just a wooden tray. It's a wooden laminated tray. And so I tap my foot on that for a kick drum. And that way I can hear what my foot is doing better, which trains me better for actually playing drums than just tapping my foot on the floor, which won't make as clear of a noise. But that aside, let me continue running this around, if I can. to hurt the cable, but it is also fairly tough to drag. Let's see. Oh, it's getting tangled, isn't it? And that looks to be about the limit of it. So now I have the cable that's tucked under here. So the distance it's stretching is not impressing me. I thought it was going to reach farther. But it doesn't have to reach farther. It doesn't have to reach farther because here's, oh, hang on. Not there. But I've got a bunch of video cables running separately from actual microphone cables, and this is the set of microphone cables. It is not running alongside the video cables. It's running in a distinct separate place. There we go. And that would plug into this cable, plugging in the Colaris, which normally runs off. Actually, no, it would be plugging into the microphone directly. And that normally, let's see, here we go. That normally is plugged into a camera. Okay, so, alrighty. Alrighty. Yep, those are in fact self-made subs. They're made from parts and kits and things from Parts Express. And I'm trying to remember any other identification for them. Parts Express is weird because it hasn't actually been working on my main computer for a while because I run this old version of Chromium in which everything works except Substack. And basically stick to it because I do not like web browsers altering themselves underneath me when I spend a fair amount of time seeing what they're doing. And yeah, the observation of did I treat this setup as room microphones then or more like overheads, because I'm thinking that might work too. Here is something that I have tried and kind of sort of worked and kind of sort of didn't. Some of my older tracks, like back in the day, before I had like properly good microphones or any of that stuff, very much budget, Chris, I had some Studio Projects microphones. I had a C1 and I had a pair of like changeable head microphones. And to record drums, I actually moved into my bedroom and set up drums there. And I put the two Studio Projects small diameter condenser microphones. I set them to Omni mics, and I got some sort of clamping device, plastic or whatever, and drywall screws, and I crunched them up into the upper, not the literal corners of the room, but I picked positions that were fairly typical for overheads, but then I backed them up to where the wall hit the ceiling, and I sort of bolted the microphones in there, which I believe the way that went was, and I still had to run the microphone cables all the way downstairs and everything, but I was doing that, and I had the kit facing away from the microphones. That is a behind an overhead mic position. And they were about 4 or 5 feet apart, maybe. I believe I had them pointing outwards rather than inwards, although I may have attempted to change that later. And deciding that I was going to get the most amazing drum sound ever because I would be removing both one of the walls and the ceiling from the reflection picture. What I didn't bargain on was the off-axis response of the quote-unquote small diameter condensers, which were still like 3/4 of an inch. They did not pick up any highs at 180 degrees off the polar pattern. By contrast, this Electret microphone up here in the corner of the room, that's actually pointing into the corner, and it doesn't really matter because it's a lavalier. It's such a tiny microphone that it's omni, and the polar pattern is pretty much just, it picks up a spherical polar pattern basically, and it's in a corner, but it doesn't really matter whether the element is facing the corner or facing outwards. It's still going to be like you're hearing some S's and stuff off of me. Maybe a little bit darker, but that's also distance. That's also the fact that I'm a good 16 feet away from the mic. And yet, it is still quite loud. So yeah, mic talk with Chris. Funnily enough, there is audio stuff that I could be doing. An idea that I got this morning, partly inspired by, I have some things to answer for as far as my local guy, Chris Randall. By the way, I finally got to hang out with Chris Randall of Audio Damage, and he's fun and cool as hell. A very nice hang. But, and the looper plugin Circa that I bought has been wonderful. I'm not doing enough with it, but it's been awesome. So, where did I leave off? What was it? What the hell was I even talking about? Microphones and things. Oh yeah, the reason that came to mind was because I was whining in a private server about how I'd gotten a bunch of ideas from the new tape emulation hardware that's come out, and that it was a shame I couldn't rush off and deal with all of it at once. And everybody was like, dude, that guy's making hardware. Let him get off the ground, for Christ's sake. And Chris read me the riot act because he was like, you're whining and you're just asking people to give you permission for ripping the guy's ideas off anyway. And there's the concept of working in the area of high frequency compression. Yeah, that got my attention. But the ways I'm going about it are distinct. And he doesn't even have software. So everything that I've had to do in that direction has had to be completely orthogonal to anything that the hardware world can do. But yeah, now Valhalla has a new reverb plugin. I even listened to a demo of it. Somebody put out a YouTube channel and put out something like that. And it had a width control, which I wonder whether that is just a narrowing control. But seeing that there gave me the idea of like, well, but what if I did a crazy width control? Like one of the plugins I have coming out, TinyVerb, is very narrow. It's a little bitty 4x4, right? Not a truck, a reverb algorithm. And the trick with it is that it is a 4x4 reverb algorithm which reads the timing of its delay taps in 2 separate directions, because that's how my stuff works. It reads it across, and then the other channel reads it down, so none of the actual delays hit in exactly the same places. If it was just 2 distinct channels that were both reading across, then each of the reverb tails would be identical rather than just very close. And the way that it deals with all of my recent stuff deals with cross-channel intermodulation by running the output of the one channel into the input of the other and then back again. So by the time you have feedback from one channel to itself, it's gone through an entirely other level of reverb. And the end result in this particular one, unlike some of the larger 6x6s I've been doing, is that it is very centered sounding. And I was already noticing that. I was like, hey, okay, why is this in mono? Have I done something wrong? Is this broken? Is this in mono? And I checked it in a bunch of different things, and I went, no, this is not in mono. It's just giving me a very centered sound. And if I ran it dual mono, I would have a thing where, like in my demo thing, short for echo, when the initial drum tracks are on hard left and hard right, which is what I do to do stereo reverbs, and have it try to make a good spatial fill of sound, even in something that's hard panned. The way this particular it's not that small, but it's a relatively small reverb works, is it's feeding across the other channel so aggressively that the end result comes out sounding like it's purely mono. And I was essentially fine with this, and I have built up and gotten ready a tiny verb for the purpose of giving people like a, I don't know, 80s, 90s style reverb sound, such as I hear on dub techno sometimes. And I enjoy that genre. So the idea of being able to make those sounds and get away with it, do it properly, seems good. Time to adjust the stove. We can engage the damper now. So the thing of dual mono reverbs, all I have to do is just feed each channel's feedback into itself, and then it will never blur out and make a centered stereo reverb space. It will always just do like the reverb behind the sound, and that can be like if you have a sound and then there's a little spike over partway into the right channel on a dual mono verb, that will make it a little reverb that's localized where the sound was. And that's kind of neat. I've done a bunch of those. I haven't been doing them recently. So here's the thing. I've got a build of this already. It's done. It's just that I don't think I'm done with it. That is a very centered mono-like sound. And I know that I can also do this dual mono. In fact, I could go through and take the reverb constants and kind of rearrange them so that there will be a distinct kind of reverb, and I can make that into the dual mono and have both of the channels act exactly the same, as well as feeding into themselves rather than each other. And that'll make a dual mono reverb. That'll make a sort of reverby stereo super wide, with the distinction that any localized sound in stereo, pan-wise, and I'm also working on panning, by the way, there's somebody wanting me to do that, will have the reverb tail be exactly at that pan position and stay there, just by virtue of the relative levels happening. So that's like an ultra-wide reverb, where anything that's happening is going to hang on to the stereo quality. But then I could go beyond, because if I have that one, and I have the one that I already have, which is very centered, that's like a blend between very centered mono-like thing and dual mono hyper stereo thing. What would happen if you went from the monoed one and you started blending in this other one, and then you went beyond the midpoint and you started blending in the mono one but with one of its channel phases flipped? That makes it side channel information. That means I can do a beyond hyperwide. And I'm kind of enjoying the idea of that, so I pretty much can guarantee that I'm going to be exploring that. Now, whether I explore that on stream, basically, you could ask for that, or you could ask for me to play with this, because this is tagged as we are working on Godot today. And as I said, I've got this up and running in such a way that it's more amusing than it had been. What does that mean? Well, firstly, yeah, that's a mesh instance 3D. I'm going to do a thing. Let's see. Rigid body? Yeah, I think rigid body would do it. It's going to need a collider. If it does have a collider, but it doesn't have a rigid body 3D, then it's fixed in place and can't move. So, collision shape 3D. You'll see what I'm on about with this pretty soon. Oh, okay. You're not supposed to do that. Use it as a child to vary a 3D static body or rigid body or character body. No, I'm doing it for a mesh instance because this gets to avoid being in the physics engine at all. Or actually, no, I'm wrong. That's not correct. Let's change its type. You'll see what I'm up to shortly. That said, I think I need to fuss with this more just a little bit. So here's our mesh instance. This is like a temporary moon that I have put in here. And its transform. Oh, here we go. Node 3D transform. So its scale is to a scale of about 8.4 over what everything else was. So if we have this is the child of the other thing, so it's going to be in the same position. But if we scale it, but that's still don't mind me, we're just getting a little silly. Physics material. We're in space. There's zero gravity. Please be so good as to give me zero gravity. Thank you. And it's going to want a object shape or something. Or maybe this is the one that I add the collision. Okay. We don't change rigid body 3D, we change children collision shapes. Well, look at that. That's exactly what I have there. So we will hit this that you can't see because it's behind me, and we'll do the thing with collision shape instead. It's going to be a sphere shape. And it's going to be no, we've actually got it at the right size already. So technically it turns out one neatly encompasses this object. And what do we do with all this? And also it's complaining about something. I do not know what that's about. Let's not care. We run this, and we see we don't have any sound, but I made mouse look, and I have this, and I have that. You can also vaguely see the dithering thing. It turns out I don't like what the dithering thing looks like, so I'm going to be taking it away. And now if I fly into this, a WASD is forward and back and stuff. It didn't do a damn thing, so that went like really right through that. I don't understand exactly why that happened, but that may be true. But we can bump this guy because this is set up to work. And so that moved off into the distance. I was kind of hoping I could make things like orbit or bounce around on this object just for the time being. But for now, oh, and I added one other thing. So we got mouse look. Mouse has captured the mouse pointer. And I got WASD. And WASD is letting me move this around, and it's opening to the correct size for doing the streaming. But now if I hit escape, I got the mouse away, meaning that I can close this. And it also has it sort of slowly drifting in space. I'm not really quite sure what the rules are for how this rotates or moves, because it doesn't really seem to be following. Like I can move it, and then it's just kind of drifting, even if I was rotating rather rapidly. Or I guess sometimes it just kind of sits there. But point being, I got stuff showing on the screen and moving around and under player control like it was a game. What we don't have is all the other stuff going on. So, firstly, can I make this stuff work? Firstly, how do I have this set up in the other stuff? Because player and bot did actually work. I had them on their children of the underlying thing, which is itself a rigid body, except for I do believe I had to get bot to work properly, I wasn't able to have it be a rigid body all by itself. But certainly for this one, I get to make it work this way. And so mesh instance is drawing the picture. One of the next things to do is have it use a different texture. You can see the textures down here. I'm going to want to write code in Node3D script, not in bot script, to do multiple instances of this. I've done one instance of this, and this is from code. This is not in this area. You don't see bot, this fellow with the mold texture on it, but it gets added here. I dug up the information for how I have to do this. And at that point, this is where we need to be doing things like assigning textures, certain behaviors, figuring out what to do. I'm going to have to keep an eye on the fire over here, because I did not burn a fire for terribly long this morning, knowing I was going to be doing a stream and I was going to be futzing with it, and it's always kind of fun. Where we have the Chris's Vermont house fire cam in the winter, so that's something I keep available there. DK, one of the things you're talking about is simply a matter of marketing. And it is an interesting challenge. And it's also something people are going to have to grapple with because it's going to become almost everything. And the trick with that is if you don't actually have anything of your own and you're telling ChatGPT to make everything for you, that winds up becoming its own marketing problem because then you haven't decided what you wanted to make or what you intended. And if you ask ChatGPT for how do I market and position my thing, what's going to happen is there's going to be a million things all with the same target market. Everybody will ask ChatGPT, what's the best target market? And that will get completely glutted and there will be no attention paid to anything else. And that produces an opportunity. But kind of similarly, in this video gamey stuff, this also produces an opportunity. Oh, also, this was also, see, I just entered counterpart, and now that's what it says on the top of the screen, because that was also set by code. In fact, I could have it doing that in the event loop and maybe counting. Okay, so escape, get out of there. We got process and physics process for each of these various things. Let's copy over the physics process from one of these. So here's player. And here's bot. Right now, bot doesn't have anything other than its position has been set to vector 3 up. You know what that does? The player starts at literal 0, 0, 0 in position. So what that means is it's starting at 0, 0, 1. Vector 3 up is normalized. Vector 3 up means it's a vector 3, so it's floating point, floating point, floating point. But one of the axes, like down, would put it below. Also, I discovered that if you do that, but have it intersect, then it's going to be interesting to find out whether this is really as true as I thought. Firstly, let's see if it lets me do that. If you multiply a vector 3 by a single variable, it's going to multiply each of the pieces of the vector 3 by the single variable. And let's see. Save and run. Will this cause the physics engine to fling the bot off into the distance? Or will it just intersect and not react in any other way? Nope, what it did was when it started up, it started with these two intersecting each other, and it just placed it as far apart as it needed to. And if I bunk it like that, what's going to happen is it's going to come out of the bottom of, well, no, it slowed down. Nope, there it goes. Came out of the bottom of the moon right there. So that's what the physics engine does. If they get instantiated in a place that's intersecting. So now what I'm wondering is if we comment this out entirely, we probably have it intersecting by being placed in exactly the same place. What happens then? We're doing the experimenting to see what happens. Up. It actually did exactly the same thing. I didn't expect that, but that's basically one of the possible outcomes from that. So let's go back to the Godot engine here, because one of the things that's concerning me is that this object isn't actually working correctly. And I'm a little puzzled as to why, but I do have a suspicion. I think maybe if I run this, the part that I'd be bouncing off of is size 1 rather than size 8. And it's in the middle of this space. So if I run this again, right? Here's my suspicion. So I can go into the center of this space. Well, there's a problem, though, which is I won't see it. Well, hang on. Okay. So this is me seeing this large sphere. I can kind of see where, okay, so side thrusters, boop. I can kind of see where down would be. Touchy thruster is this. So if I can actually, oh boy, if I can actually get it just right, and then I reverse to where the center of the sphere would be, and I bounce off of that, that means there's a rigid body, but its scaling is not correct. So let's see. S for going backwards. That did not happen. Oh, did I bump Mr. Dude off into the distance? Nope, there he is. I should put in another control for stop. You can hit spacebar to just stop. Technically, you could also use S for slow the heck down. That would work. It'd be a little different, but it would work. So now if I go forward, you know what? I'm not sure that's telling me enough. My theory there that I was trying to test, yep, I've done some of that. I'll show you where it is. Project settings, input map. And in fact, I can remove these uses of spacebar. And add a new action called brakes. Have that be the spacebar. I do not know what dead zone means in this circumstance, but that's fine. And now we've added something called brakes. And that means I can go into the script and we'll figure out how to amend that stuff. So player, here's where we have the setup. And bear in mind the way this is going, the side thrusters and stuff, that might be useful. I'm speculating on the idea of whether the positioning would be good for WASD being side structure thrusters, top and bottom thrusters, and space being forward. It's a possibility. It's a question of how I'd want to arrange it, whether there's a good way to do it. So here's how this stuff is working. We're running in physics process. I would like to have that for all these other things as well, so I may just snag this and duplicate it. This is overriding existing stuff and putting it into play. And here we have it's all making its own suggestions for what it thinks I'm meant to do next. As usual, that's screwed up, but no matter. Now, the significance of this stuff is process will run as fast as it possibly can. Like if I have a high frame rate, if I have a really high frame rate, I get to do stuff in process and it'll just rocket through. Physics process is guaranteed always to run at a fixed rate. I'm not sure to what extent you could use that for audio or musical purposes, but it's going to try to run 60 frames a second. Unless it's 30, whatever the physics process actually was. I was already using that stuff in the original one made in Unity. And using coroutines, because there is a great relevance to using coroutines for challenging like AI type stuff, not GPT type stuff. I'm talking having these bots calculate where they want to go and what they mean to do, which they don't need to do every screen frame, much less every physics frame. So ready is where this node enters the scene for the first time, which is the start of the game. Bot template, that means the thing with the mold texture on it. And then we're instantiating one and adding child. What it's not doing is adding it to this tree that we see in Unity. Godot. It's not showing that. I raised my voice too much. I'm sorry, I was distorting. Don't mind me. So what I've got currently doesn't show all of this. And what I'm doing here is resizing and removing around this stuff. To see whether it helped. And interestingly, that's showing it within a weird box. So that's interesting. I believe the blue lines here indicate this is a collision shape. And then mesh instance should get drawn. Yeah, see, here's some of my problem. If we snap rotation and scale back. Okay, now we have a collision shape. We have a mesh instance. You can kind of see it down there. It is offset. Doesn't need to be, but it is. So now I've offset all of these things. And now I see whether it actually responds to the video game or not. And it has placed these sort of in a stack. So do I bounce off of this now? Not only did I bounce off of it, but now everything is moving and orbiting separately. Boop. And I can punt them off into the distance quite successfully. In fact, I've done that so successfully I can't see where anything is anymore. Also, if I apparently get the whirlies now if I hit escape. No matter. That's probably to do with the physics engine. So because it's to do with the physics engine, well, I have a physics material. I got friction, I've got a bounce, I've got zero gravity. Everything has zero gravity so that they don't just fall out of the world. Mass, inertia, constant forces, physics body 3D, axis lock. So I could have a, watch this, if I turn angular stuff off, then we have removed its ability to twirl in any way. It is now clamped to a single rotation. I think if I run this, what's going to happen is we've got the same situation of, now we can make these guys bounce around. I have my same mouse look, but now if I hit escape, no motion at all. Otherwise, there would be sort of a stored physics motion that would kind of continue to go. Now this is meant to be like it's in space, but it's not as much in space as it might otherwise be, because that stuff is losing energy, even though it's not being told to lose energy. I'm not programming it to do that, but all the same, stuff has gradually come to a halt. So doing the angular lock has stopped there being a rotation to the physics model outside of overriding it with the mouse look. I should make another cup of coffee, and we're really going to go ham with this stuff. Note that I can apply rotation to other things. So there's a number of things that need doing here. One of them could be, seeing as I have all of this going now, I do not have a script on, oh, don't mind me, had a thought. So see that? I don't have a script for that. That is at exactly 0, 0, 0. One of the things I was going to do was try to scale it up. But you know, I could do that in the mesh and the collision. So now let's see what it does if we scale it up a lot. Here's our mesh. I'm not entirely sure what geometry instance is meant to do. We've got material overrides. This looks like graphics. I'm not sure. Oh, well, this is mesh instance. Of course it's graphics. I do not know why you'd need this to be here. Okay, mesh instance, sphere, radius. I've also dialed back the segments, so there's no real reason not to crank up the segments, considering that we're going to do this. Oh, but that didn't do what I thought at all, did it? Radius. Okay, here's how this works. This needs to be calculated out appropriately for what a sphere would be. Or we can make it be a weird flying saucer. Granted, the graphics aren't being drawn very nicely on that, but we can make it a pancake. I don't know whether we could make this be a giant dish shape where the normals are flipped and then your collision has you bouncing around on the inside of it. That would be amusing. I'm just not sure if that's practical. But, oh dear. Okay, let's not do that. Let's make it 100 and 100. There we go. Big old planet. And then collision shape becomes 100. Did that give me? No, it's going to need to be 200, isn't it? There, now there's a collision shape. Let's see what the physics engine does now. Boop. Yep, I am on the outer surface of this thing. And I've just bunked it and set it in motion. That's one of the things I was going to not do. But here we are on our planet. I would like to find out whether I can make this random noise generation tile on here, because I'm not getting any detail. But there's probably ways of dealing with that. And then somewhere on the other side of this, there is the other bot, but I don't know exactly where. Oh, no, there is. And I'll bounce off of this. Like this. And now the bot seems to have disappeared. That's weird. I did something to it. But yeah, what I was thinking was maybe I can make this one's physics engine code fixed in rotation and also position, so it is the giant asteroid at the center of the world. If I do that, I can give it gravity towards it. And everything else that I play with can start off with things just kind of following that rule. So that could be amusing. So yeah, these are correct. But this rigid body, it needs to have, we're not going to have any constant forces. Around here somewhere was the information I needed. And it's not right there. Oh, we can have it be much heavier. There, now it's 1,000 kilograms. And how much bounciness does it have? Well, we'll give it full bounciness. Mass distribution, that's very easy. I have Blender, although I haven't downloaded any recent versions of it. And I've played with it a little bit in terms of making assets. I don't really have anything yet. There's another game I have in mind that would require me to do much more in Blender for making assets, but that's what I would be wanting to use. So, solver, no. Ah, axis lock. There. If I do this, it cannot rotate and it cannot move. So what we're going to find is that we can fly around here as if we are flying around a little planet. But then if I bunk into it, here I'll go away and then I will go look, and I know why I couldn't see our bot is because it fades out of existence too easily. But, bunk. So now I bounce off of it without actually moving it. It is too heavy, and it is very bouncy. And the reason we can't see this guy is because he is dithering out of visual existence. And that's something that's probably worth changing. So yeah, and one of the things I'm going to add is when you hit escape, that's going to bring up menus and options and things for like sensitivity and whatever when I get around to doing that. Oh, also, I do believe it's confusing me because I've gone beyond the rotation limits, and that's awkward, but never mind. Bunk. I should be able to move this guy away from where he's at. By bumping him. Yep. So the next order of business is to jump into here and find the place where I have it doing funny things. We've got it unshaded, so diffuse mode doesn't matter, specular mod doesn't matter. Albedo or texture is actually correct, and that's fine. But there was a distance fade. There we go. So this is not actually proving helpful. I can disable it. Then it will run faster and it won't be doing the pointless thing. We'll check with that for this one as well. Okay, we're disabling shadows because it doesn't have normal illumination, and this is another place to get rid of distance fade. Oh, hey, it left some of its stuff on. How about I delete those and then delete that? Also, sampling nearest for bot. I'm still not sure whether I have maps on this. Oh, also magic circles. Hello. Yeah, I'm going to have a reverb coming out that is even more impressively generous CPU-wise. I've been talking about that a little bit. There. Yeah, so here's something I need to fix. Note that if I do mouse look, this looks normal, right? But then if I point downwards, I get into a problem with Euler angles where I can go to this stage. Now, the mouse look is reversed. This is what I'd like to be clamped to, but then if I invert it, actually, I'm not, it's confusing me now. So I continue to follow this. All the way through to the underside of the place. Now I'm just looking at a rotation from side to side motion. But what I'm looking to do is have it work about the same rather than this very different way. So there's still some concerns with the, and here we are on the underside of this whole thing. The motions we can do are still correct. But my axes of rotation are now reversed. Like if I move the mouse to the right, then it's aiming me to the left. So that is not great. And that also has to do with the way that halfway round my side-to-side motions are still, are they? No. Side-to-side motions turn to rotates. So this is not great. That needs to be different. I've just unearthed that as a problem, and we'll figure out something to do about it. We've got some things working okay, though. So that might be the next order of business. So this rotation, new vector 3. I do have a transform basis. What happens if instead of what I'm doing here, which is not keeping pace with my adjustments, I'll keep that and then zero it out. And we're going to do a similar thing maybe. Like direction, linear velocity is supposed to be that. So what if transform basis has a place to play here? Strange things could happen through fooling with this. So let's start by copying that and literally just dropping it in here. Okay, so you could do that, but it's not input dir x or y at all that I want. Instead, the vector 3 that started the rotation is look rot x, look rot y, and 0. So that's a new arrangement, but I can sit in the same place as the other vector 3. So now we're not dealing with that so much as we're dealing with this. In theory, that is now making rotation adapt to transform basis. Let's find out. It might work. It might fail really spectacularly. Did I say fail spectacularly? Oh my god. Alrighty. So under some circumstances it's behaving okay, but then under some circumstances it becomes very upset. And I'm noticing that this is clamped to the limits of, like, I've moved down as far as I can go and it is stable. That implies that the way that this is being clamped has a relation to things. I've now moved up as far as I can go. And it's still stable because this mouse input is relating to side to side and up and down motions. And the up and down motions are clamped. The side to side motions are not. So that's up as far as it'll go. And that appears to be down as far as it'll go. But as soon as I'm in the middle range, the closer I am to the middle, the weirder it gets. Mind you, I have nothing visible on screen anymore, so that's a bit of a loss. And that's part of the physics engine, because when I get my mouse available to shut this whole thing off, because it's making me seasick, that's what happens. So it's responding to event mouse motion. And rotation is not stable when I do this with it. If I did this with it, it would be different. Well, one of the things that we can do is we've got a vector 3, and there's various things that I can do with that. One of them would be multiplying it by transform basis, but that's what we just tried to do. Although we don't have to normalize it. So let's quickly see what changed, if anything, by having the same thing, but now we are not normalizing it. In fact, we don't need all these parentheses. Save that. Now what have we got? Oh, did it not? It wanted a paren. Where did it want a paren? Why do it want a paren? Oh, it wanted a paren here for no good reason. I have lost control of my curly braces. Maybe I mistakenly got rid of them somehow? I deleted that somehow? I do not know. I do not care. Let's see if this builds. Okay. We are still going unstable, but not as much as before. Spoke too soon. Oh, God. Okay, that was messy. So we're going into hyperspace here. It's going completely crazy. Can I make it settle back down again? Signs point to no. I've lost control of this, but it's still physics engine stuff, because as soon as I hit stop, that is reverting to do not spin this guy anymore. And then it's not going crazy anymore. So that's interesting. Also, how's my stove doing? It's doing all right. So we can take this, but applying transform basis isn't necessarily the thing to do with it. What else can we do with the vector 3? What happens if we make all of the components be absolute values? What do we get then? It's not going to be freaking out and twisting around, but it might refuse to show anything. Sure enough, yeah, I can't aim down. I can bounce off the surface, but in no way can I aim down any longer. Also, it doesn't let me turn either direction, so it does actually need negative values here. This is not the correct answer. So there's stuff we can do, but it's not actually the correct answer to have it be that. Bounced off from a plane defined by the given normal. There might be something to that. Cross products. That can give me a vector from presumably that, well, this is not a position though, but then this would be a way to, one of the things that I might end up doing is having these things attempt to orbit this large moon that I've made. We could scale the rotation. We can snap the vector. We can deconstruct it into a tuple. There's a thing. This is all your basic 3D stuff. I don't believe any of that is going to be what I want. So I tell you what, we're still struggling with some fairly basic 3D stuff, but I'm fine with that because this is part of how you do what you do. What I would like to do is make another cup of coffee and use the facilities. And maybe this is a fine time to do that. So while I'm at it, we'll set for pipe into the actual stream. Let's have a look at one of these things. Let's have a look at this one. I don't remember what this is, but I'll be finding out soon enough. I'll run audio hijack so I can hear what it is. Audio hijack is constantly updating its stuff, and I don't like it. This is just to play something for you while I am off dealing with things. Alrighty, so what have we here? Okay. I will be back with Enjoy the weird Bastille Castro music. It's a pretty decent little jam. Keep it going. think is actually working fairly well. I should do more of these and then put out an album. So apparently just as it was getting interesting, right? Quit out of here. Back over to here. So yeah, where were we at? So what I currently have... Maybe there is a doable thing having to do with this, like negative 90 and 90. So what if it was negative 10 and positive 10? What happens then? We can find out pretty easily. Well, that didn't do what I was expecting at all. So that's interesting. We actually do not have a restriction of the kind that I expected. Although we can bounce off at the surface. So this is where we start getting into Euler angle territory. You know, some of the things from 3D game design are how you deal with angles when they're not simple or obvious. And we're looking at one of the situations with the angles right now, where our rotation becomes a different kind of rotation than we thought it was. And one of the things that's clearly happening is that, look, rotation X is not actually being restricted at all. Mind you, it's possible that it wants Y to be that. So as we start out facing forwards and vertically, and yeah, the thing, parent the spheres to a node 3D at the center of the planet, what I can do is simply use physics engine stuff to make stuff orbit the planet. Or indeed roll around on the surface of it. That's fairly straightforward. It'd be just continually adding a impulse in the direction of other things of various strengths. So I can also do distance calculations, so I can make a variety of orbital mechanics going on. I don't think it really does solving for things all having gravity and attracting each other, but I can probably read the weight inertia of things, and that'll help. But here's what we are looking at. Firstly, clamping to min angle, max angle. Doesn't seem to be doing what I thought it was. For instance, I can take it and have it be -1 and +1. Ideally, what this would be doing is refusing to let me move certain angles, but that's not what it's doing at all, is it? Oh, or is it? It appears to me that it started to work after all, but with a distinction. So watch this. Now I can't scroll up or down a certain amount. So what I can do is I can fly around here. I can fly down. It's going to be pivoting in the wrong way here, but now if I want to fly underneath, I have to sort of go sideways on. And now I'm on the underside, and it is still operating correctly. It's just when I get close enough to the vertical position, the rotation no longer makes any sense. And here we are at the underside, but I'm not upside down, I'm right side up. See, I can only point up this far, I can only point down this far. What that tells me is the scaling of everything that I was doing was wildly off. Is it possible to get this game's code? Well, kind of, because you're looking at it. I'm showing it constantly, and this is basically just Godot engine, and I'm instantiating various things. So there's not much to, you say the code, but the code is all these different things I'm creating. So here's part of my concept for this. I was thinking I'd want to have things maybe not fully wildly in 3D space, but more just kind of oriented so that you have a general sense of what's up and down. And this is as far down as I can point. This is as far up as I can point. And I do also get to go side to side. And so it won't be too heinously confusing. There will be a degree of consistency to stuff. I'm not necessarily going to be using like bouncy planets like this. My idea is a lot of the other stuff would be smaller. But if I do it in this way, the idea is to not get too lost in here, let's try to hit this once more. Biff. And now I back up, but I don't really have to reorient to my own position. I keep missing it. Nope, that would be the older one. That would be the one in Unity, which you're free to look at if you like. In fact, that even contains these textures. So you can go and download that. That's where I got these textures and these noises and things. I have not yet coded space. And I'm not having a lot of success at hitting this guy. But now I have. There we go. See? So now I've bonked that thing, and it's spinning and flying off into space. So I can back up. It goes to show you how big everything is. And now that it's not fading off into the distance, we can kind of see it in the distance. And to be honest, that's more of the flickery effect I wanted from it in the first place. Also, for the final version, I won't be looking at my own butt end here. I would be inside this sphere, and as such, actually, let's do that literally right now. We don't need to see two of these objects on screen. We've moved past that point. Back over to the Godot engine. Back over to player. And I don't need to offset this camera as much as it is. Let's have this camera not be as offset. So transform 0, 0, 0. Label is still attached to camera. I won't actually need a mesh instance. Unless there is a succeeded game state where it bounces the camera away from you and you can see yourself and what pattern you have, and that you have found the other pattern that matches you. So there's that. One of the things I'm going to need to do is make an array of these textures so I can assign stuff having to do with array numbers, and that will let me randomize them. But for now, quickly hit save. In fact, I will hide mesh instance and hit save because that's just visual appearance. And now here we are. So it looks like I'm bouncing closer into this, but what that really means is simply that the camera is closer now to where it was before. Now I should have an easier time bonking into the other bot there. Kind of floating now, isn't it? So let's see how close we get before it bounces away. Boink. I'm going to have to get closer than that. Let's see. Away we go. Boop. Yep, that worked. And that was actually very close indeed. So this is what the game's actually going to be more like. You're flying around, nearing these funny things that are following their own little paths. How close can we get? Okay, right up into their face. That's a very, very close perspective. And that's down underneath me, so and here is our giant sphere, so remember how I said we could make this orbit? I do not have a lot of games on my GitHub, but I have a couple. The counterpart that is up on GitHub contains the resources that you see here. And it contains Unity code for a very old version of Unity. The one that is either called Clusterfluff or Balls Up, or both, I'm not sure whether I have both up there, is a game that is a Godot game. And it's not 3D and it's much simpler. I have no idea what JetBrains PyCharm is, so I can't help you with that. We're going to go back into JetBrains Writer for this. We're looking at player, we're looking at bot. We're looking at physics process. Linear velocity is subject to a various amount of things, but and we've got it slowing. Do we have that? No, this one's not slowing at all. But rather than just, well, I'll tell you what. I was going to add a break. Let's show you the break. So if I don't slow linear velocity, it will gradually erode because of the way that I have the physics engine set. It's not set to keep infinite momentum. I could, but... Yep, 2, I have no idea what PyCharm is. I have no idea what PyCharm is. Please explain what a PyCharm is. What I have here is Writer. That's basically just a code editor. The reason I have it there is because you can tell it to understand what Godot engine stuff is. And you can tell it to understand what Godot engine C# code is. And so I've got it doing that. My Godot engine GD script stuff is typically edited inside Godot. And I am hiding some of the information that I need by virtue of opening this big pick stuff from a list thingy, which is covering up the part that I wanted to see. Can I fix that? No, I cannot. Tell you what, I'm going to have it just answer the thing and then try to edit what it's got here. Oh, break, I think I had it. Okay, and it was not capitalized, it was breaks. There. Now we'll be able to use that, but only if I hit the thing. So let's find out. It's actually very effective as a break, isn't it? Not only that, if I combine the break with other stuff, I get to do more detailed motion, so that's kind of cool. And as I continue to go, I can build up a real head of steam if I want. Let's see if we can knock this guy into outer space, like this. No, I missed it completely. Charge! Nope. I do like the brake part, though. That seems good. Power! Nope. Yeah, I am missing this guy every single time. My accuracy and aim is not great. That did it. No, it didn't. Probably bounced off of the surface too easy. Oh yeah, none of this is written in Python. So for what that's worth. Biff. Okay. Finally knocked this guy to Kingdom Come. Now where'd it go? That is the other issue, is that these are going to have additional instances, so you can find them easier. I don't have that set up yet, but I can probably manage it. And I have now lost my mysterious floating ball by smacking it real hard. So this is probably a fine time to establish gravity. And we have not solved this rotation problem. Not even close. But it's probably doable. I just haven't got there yet. Yeah, because the thing is, it's all very well to have a strong up-down orientation, except for that we're in outer space, so there is no such thing. And that could make things amusing, but it could also make it different. And that involves getting into weird things like quaternions and Euler angles. I'm not really there yet, so... First things first, can we make this have gravity? Let's find out. This linear velocity. This also has a linear velocity, but it does not actually have a direction. So, vector 3 that's not actually going to help, but I may be able to so that's probably code that parses, although it does nothing useful. So I can tell it to do this, and then it's not doing anything helpful, except also maybe I can take away, yep, vector 3 direction 2. Vector 3, 0, 0, 0, because that's the position of this moon here. Oh, look, I can have it go to infinity. That is not useful at all, but this is the position. It just happens to be the position of our moon, because our moon cannot move and it's instantiated at 0, 0, 0, so we've got that at least. Now, what's happening here now we have this linear velocity plus equals direction 2, 0. Now everything is going to have gravity, but too much of it. Now it'll have a much smaller amount, and I can also apply that to myself. Copy. Paste. Oh, we have bad idea land here. So I've missed something. It doesn't want to do this. Maybe if I do 0, then another dot. Okay. No, it doesn't like that either. Can I take out that entirely? No, I cannot. How do I get this? Okay, position is a thing that I can do. Might not be the right thing, though. Oh, pff. Okay, it just did a dumb thing. It replaced a bunch of my stuff just because I hit tab. That's unhelpful. Fine, I'll type it by hand. Global space probably is handy. Sadly, that's not going to help very much, but how about this? Aha. No, apparently not. Is it the scaling I have here? It's apparently the scaling I have here. Okay. Fine. We'll take that and copy it. I don't get to scale it. That means it's going to go out of control immediately. But maybe it'll go out of control immediately in a way that's useful. We can but try. Check this out. This is going to be intense. We got strong gravity. And it's not just us having strong gravity. Oh, hang on. Okay, I stand corrected. That does not have gravity. Why do I have gravity, but you don't? Come back. Where'd you go? I am chasing it. I am applying full blast to get to this thing. And I'm struggling. My maximum input seems to be a little bit more than the gravity, and I'm not catching it. Turn around, and down we go again. So, I have gravity, the bot does not. Also, I still have gravity even when I'm not controlling anything. I mean, don't worry about, you mustn't worry about whether your question sounds stupid. You've seen me struggle with all manner of dumb things on stream. I'm doing that on purpose. There's several things I'm failing to understand about this very program. Here's one of them. Maybe I don't need normalized? Why isn't Blot answering? So this is supposed to be updating, and yet it seems not to be, and I don't know why. Our physics model is working. This should be referring to, yeah, the rigid body 3D. Physics process is what this is running in. See, we're doing that, and then we're doing this. I don't have the motion of our controller. Some of the stuff is, however, working. Some of it's working. Not all of it. Bits of it are working. So my first question is, why you not also show gravity the way that the other one shows gravity? It shouldn't be sleeping. Sleep is something that the physics engine can do if it doesn't think anything's happening. So if we look at this, and we look at rigid body 3D, it says things like, okay, so no gravity scale, deactivation can sleep. Well, we can tell it not to be able to sleep. I don't know if that's going to change anything, but this altered the way the physics engine works. And I gotta hit escape just to bring this onto the screen. But now I have control. have a real bouncy castle atmosphere going on here. And we zoom in very close to the surface. And hitting the brakes, we zoom in on this guy. Now, as near as I can tell, this one is not observing gravity at all. If it was, it would be approaching the big sphere. Oh, now we've yeeted it out of sight. I was hoping to not have it go that out of control. Oh, there he is. So that is not doing what my player model is doing, which is constantly returning to this because it has a gravity effect on it. So telling it, I would be expecting that green colored ball to be doing this, but it is not. Therefore, that's a problem. Therefore, there's a bug. Now, I will point out that I'm based on a... Well, hang on a moment. Hang on a moment. Okay, I think I figured it out. So this has to do with how we refer to children of the object that we're talking to. So script is on player. Player is a rigid body 3D. That means that I can apply things like gravity or motions directly to self, but is not a rigid body 3D. There was something that made me not be able to do that. So the rigid body is still the same, but I'm not actually referring to that. I am referring to bot. So what I need to do is refer to bot/rigid body 3D. If I do that, it should answer. So this is not actually a rigid body 3D. This is a node 3D. Node 3Ds don't have linear velocity or position, so I don't know why I'm being allowed to refer to that. It's letting me because that's a position in node 3D, but this is not the physics engine I'm talking to. I think this wants to refer to things by numbers, but I'm going to try to refer to it by name. No, it doesn't like that one bit, does it? Well, I know somewhere else I was referring to things by name. Okay, get node. That's what I want. And then this probably makes it run a little bit better. And it is letting me specify which thing I'm trying to do. So those angle brackets specify a thing. That's probably going to make linear velocity come back into action again. See, here's my options. Do that. Close the angle bracket. Now linear velocity is effective. Also, it's going to be the same, like this would actually work. This is the position of the, well, actually, let's find out. So here we are bouncing around having gravity. And this guy, in theory, should have gravity too. But that would be a no. And I'll tell you why. The position of the rigid body is not the same position as the position of the node. The node's position is always 0, so we haven't actually updated a thing. So we have to take the same process, and instead of going this, we have to do get node rigid body 3D, rigid body 3D. I do wonder whether I can make a variable and sort of cache that in ready. I'm not sure if it would help. But this whole stuff, this refers to the node that everything is built on. But the rigid body 3D is the thing that moves around. And I think that's true. In any regards, there's a position that applies here. So that should make it work. Let's find out. And then everything, the gravity is still far too strong. But that's because I was not actually able to deal with the gravity by multiplying by a floating point number. So now what do we got? Well, I missed him that time. No, I am still in a world of fail. This is not showing gravity. It would be bouncing like I'm bouncing. But no. No, it's off floating in space. And that's not bad, but that's not what I had in mind. Unless... No, it's continuing to go off into the distance. Oh well. So far, so bad. Didn't work. What do I got to do to make this work? Let's see how things are organized. That's another concern. So, what I've done... And this might just require me to be reorganizing things again. Because the one that works is the one where the base class, here's the base class, is a player, is a rigid body 3D. And the changes, all that's being changed is there's a gravity scale that is 0. Nothing else is really being changed here. But this is not working quite right. So if I move these and lose this, just cut it, delete it. And then we change this one so I did. We're going to duplicate what player is like. We're going to make it be rigid body 3D, and we're going to make gravity scale be 0. And then we're going to go and find where our collision... I guess it has to be the child of the thing, so that's probably fine, he says, with a question mark. Okay, in theory, that worked. I'm puzzled as to whether I... Oh, no, we do need a physics material. There it is. I'm not sure if it's sleeping is going to matter. Well, first things first, let's save it and see if it even runs. It's run and then immediately raised the interface again. Alrighty. Now we go to the bottom of the world to see where our dude is, if indeed he's even here. There's our dude. Can we even hit this rigid body and move it? Yes. Okay, so we connected with that, but also, can we move fast enough we can go past him? Probably not. No, because we're subject to gravity. And the whole problem is that that guy is not. What if we make him materialize elsewhere? Can we do that? If we do, what does it do? It should put this guy on the top of the sphere alongside me. Is that in fact true? No. Still down here. And off we go. So I'm still subject to gravity, and that is not subject to gravity. That's me bouncing. Not him. Okay, so this did nothing. Or repositioning the node means nothing. Or I've just repositioned this stuff, therefore these things also need to say this. Kind of like that. Oop. Not that. So it's not impossible that this will work. That said, remains to be seen. Okay, so do our rigid body physics still work? Yep, it still works, and it is not getting gravity. We are not accessing the same stuff that we're accessing on player. Hey, Vinegar Jim. Oof. Mind you, we are able to access some of these things. So I kind of need to make this work. Here, we're in physics process, double delta, That should not matter because that should be the same, but I guess it's going to tell you whether things are out of control. Come to think of it, maybe I can make that. No. Also no. No, we're not able to multiply by normalized here. But maybe there's something else we can do. So it is a three-dimensional vector that this returns. And in player, it works. Player, we get to do these things. Also, I don't know why it's complaining about input dir here. What's it want me to do? Oh, it wants me to rename it to something. You know what? No, we're fine. Maybe I'll do that later. I don't know. I don't care. So this is a normalized result. Oh, no, that's direction. This also is a normalized result. This is something that we can do to the output of direction 2. What else can we do? Oh, it already was normalized, so that's a concern. Lerp would let me do something. Also, move toward does a similar thing. But move towards, that is not going to alter linear velocity in the same way. Or is it? Hang on. So if we ditch that, this part will still work. And I'm doing it on player, so we're going to continue to see the bouncy castle behavior that we were seeing before. Bouncy, 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 bouncy. And we don't really have any friction. And the bouncing, I think, is also slowing my motion. Well, perhaps not. So having that normalized made no difference whatsoever. But oh, hang on. I've got an extra dot there that shouldn't be there. So, direction 2 is one thing. Move towards is also a thing. And call it a float. So in theory, that has now given me a non-normalized direction. So this is the same as me being able to not have the gravity have to be that high. There's also ways that I can measure the distance in such a way that well, we'll see. Hang on. Okay, something weird happened. I can't see anything now. Well, gosh, what if we do move towards by 0? What then? It seems like we've defeated the physics engine somehow. Let's see if we still see our orbiting place. No, we totally do not. Not only that, we can't even see the text on the screen, so something broke real hard. I'm going to say maybe it's time to go back to whatever this was. Because that at least functioned. And I take out the float. This is going to be a high velocity or a high gravity. So let's see whether we can scale it back. We don't need to do normalized. But we could do lerp. Do we have a simpler thing? Doesn't look like it. Sadly, I don't quite know what the dot product is, although I bet I could look it up and be fairly clear. That's not going to help, but this just might. Honestly, what I'm looking for is simply a multiply, so maybe all I do is take advantage of parentheses, perhaps? Oh, that didn't work. No, that just went crazy. Now we have some other possibilities. Because this is another 3-position thing. Another 3-element thing. Now do I get to scale it or multiply it by something? Now that I've put it in parentheses. Okay, it thinks that will work. Will that work? Looks like that will not work. Huh. Well, it was your suggestion. I don't know what your problem is. Can I put the whole thing in parentheses and then it'll work? No. Okay, because we need it to be a float. So times can include a float, but it doesn't get to include a double because that's too hard. It liked that well enough, so we'll take away the superfluous parens. Let's see if that worked, and then we can worry about making it work on bot. I do believe that was, in fact, successful. I'm going to count that as the, oh, hi. I see something different now. This is gravity. I should put those aiming reticles in there. Totally should do that. So now let's go and bunk. And that is not observing gravity. Also, I'm not satisfied with how fast that is, so let's see if we can scale it down even more. Linear velocity, vector 3, 0, direction 2, 0 from this. So 100th the gravity. There we are. Now we have a proper moon-style gravity. We are approaching this, just not very hard. See, we're falling to it. And now we can bunk this guy, but that is not observing gravity. So we're still out of luck here. The one observes gravity, the other does not. I do not have an explanation for that yet. Okay, so this linear velocity plus equals this position, direction 2, vector 3, 0. And it doesn't have to be times 100th. In fact, if I make it more aggressive, that'll work too. Here's the one that needs to work. Same deal. I should be able to use this. And that should give that thing gravity. This is the base node. The base node is once more a physics engine. It responds to me hitting it. And we're supposed to be able to update it using physics process. This bot.cs object is attached to a rigid body. The rigid body does have rigid body type behaviors. That's an available thing for this. So I tell you what, can we just straight up override certain things? Oh, I don't need that. I just need this. No, why do you not like that? I'm supposed, oh, because it says new vector 3, 0, that's why. So if I was making something, I'd be able to specify it that way. But since I'm trying to refer to an existing permanent part of Godot that already is defined, we don't need to say new here. There we go. So if this works, I can punt the guy around, but he can't rotate. He won't tumble. Let's find out. Also, this did not work. Here we are. Here we are with a certain amount of gravity, but not much. Here's our Mr. Dude. So if accessing that parameter in the middle of the physics process means that's actually being used, what's going to happen is I'll be able to punt him, and he won't necessarily follow gravity, but it will be fixed in space. Angular velocity will remain 0. No, that looks kind of like angular velocity to me. That guy is spinning. I call that angular velocity. If ever I saw angular velocity, it would be that. Okay. Well, that explains why this isn't being reached. That's not running. Why is that not running? Oh, also, I don't think I ever updated this. Also, what's up with this? That's interesting. So maybe this is why it's not reading it. It's saying partial class bot rigid body 3D, but it's not actually talking to the one lives in Godot. What's this one called? This one's called player. It's a capital letter, but that also claims it's not in counterpart namespace. What happens if we do this? Okay. Fair. Fair. Okay. I don't know why this would change anything. Maybe it won't even run. Oh, no, it's running. Can it work? Can we move? Yes, we can. And the way that is fading off the horizon means that gravity is still applying to this player object. So I can still use my 3D capacities to move in the direction of the hitherto unseen but now present bot that has been moved to the bottom of the planet. Nothing we've done is affecting that. We're not able to freeze it. We're not able to do a damn thing. So my next question becomes, what if we run that in process? Can we at least make it react to talking about its angular velocity, etc.? Is that too much to ask? Oh, we don't need that. There's a semicolon there for no good reason. If we do this, what happens? Honestly, and I would love to be able to position this elsewhere, but I'm seemingly unable. Also have a very good break in this spacebar here. So, are you going to pivot and spin and rotate when I go? Or... yeah. None of this stuff is running. I'm not able to set that angular velocity to 0. It should be setting it to 0 every frame. And it is super not. So it's like this is never running at all. Why? When this is. And this is because it's producing that. Could it be that because the scene is lowercase bot? I get confused over having the scenes and things all having different names. That's a challenge. Script is named uppercase. Let's go back to Godot. Here's our objects. But up here, this is a lowercase reference, and here it is being spelled in uppercase. There it's being spelled in uppercase. What's up with this that it is not being spelled the way I expect it to be? Let's rename these things and see if that helps. Ta-da! And let's rename that. Does it even run, or do I need to go around fixing stuff? I may have just broken it permanently. No, not only does it run, but now I can see the title card there. That appears to be working. I'm thinking this is going to do exactly the same thing as before. I'm not absolutely certain, but I feel like that's going to do the same thing as before. Although I do have to get close enough to actually touch it. And I really should put my targeting reticle in there too. But boof. Yeah, nothing's happening there. We are not running certain parts of this program. And I'd like to know why. Case mismatch, opening file. That's at least worth fixing. I bet that's in this code here. Its problem with this stuff was that it was, yeah, here we go. There are file systems where that would not work. This should get past that problem. Also, let me continue to fuss with my fire. That's important. Well, reasonably important. Important enough for all practical purposes. Yeah, so the deal with this code is that I can't do everything from in the middle of player. I have to do some things from inside bot. It doesn't look like we're, and we are running this at least once. Ready is running something. Stuff inside here is running. Well, now hang on, here's a difference. This is using system, but this does not. Could it be as simple as that? It seems like that would be kind of dumb. Why would it fail to do something that basic? And why would it not cause an error? But, okay, it doesn't care. It does not care in these circumstances. I'm assuming that that grayed outness means that was not the problem. Do we have any other differences? It says public partial class player rigid body 3D. Public partial class bot rigid body 3D. That seems about the same. Well, let's print on physics process then. Also, this is telling me it does not need to use the this keyword. That too is grayed out. Well, now we're printing lots of stuff. Let's see what happens now. Honestly, I don't see anything happening. That seems weird. How am I not? Debugger. That suggests that we are not doing anything. Which seems weird. I should be able to fill a log with useless garbage and stuff, but nothing's happening, as if this is literally not being called ever. Which corresponds to what I see happening, but not at all what I want. But then if we put it in player, player also has angular velocity. That will run once. And if I bail out of here, see, it did print something that time. It printed 0. But over here, same position, ready. Save it, run it. Quit out of there. And looky here, this time we don't have that, do we? So what's the difference between X and Y? X being player, Y being bot. They both exist. Maybe I've just lost my script attached. That would follow, actually. Let's go and find out whether player has a script attached to it, and in the Godot engine, the Godot editor, bot does not have a script attached to it. Let's go see. Looky there. Player, script. Bot, magical absence of script. But we can load the script. That would be it. That would be it. Got there. Now watch this. That was all it was. In fact, I don't even need to have this here anymore because it's that obvious. Boop. And let's not print. Let's not do any of that stuff because this is going to make that guy also bounce around the planet same way that I was. Not only that, as long as we're being kind of silly, we'll return everything to bouncy castle mode. And watch this. See? I am bouncing as they go around the world, only to find that we've got somebody else. Okay, I spoke too soon. What the actual hell? Maybe it is a matter of things not being synced up to each other. Alrighty, I'll save that. physics process. That definitely took effect. We'll save that. Maybe it's simply that it was unsaved. Yep, no, we're continuing that problem, all right. This is the same code that is in player, and now bot accesses the script, at least in theory it's supposed to. Here we are with that actually having a script attached to it, or at least it's supposed to. Let's make sure everything is saved, save. We'll save this scene while we're at it. We'll save this here, and back to writer. And we see whether maybe it's just that everything wasn't saved. Can't be that. Aha! And voila, check it out. Everybody's a bouncy castle now. So that's what I look like when I'm freely bouncing off of this thing. And that also means that I can spawn more of these guys and they'll do the same thing. Also, I can reduce the bounciness and then we'll all be rolling around on the surface of the thing. I still have not... Well, actually, no, I stand corrected. If that worked, this will work too. Oh, I shouldn't have had that be lowercase. There we go. There, if that worked, this will work. And now, it didn't do what I thought. So hit save and then try it again. Position vector 3 up because I think I was on the top of the other sphere. And looky there. Check it out. It went back off. And now you are rolling around and bouncing off of the surface. And we both have gravity. We were balanced so perfectly that nothing moved until I poked it. We're going to be flying through space. This curved surface is just for tinkering with some of these initial things. Let's make it be 0.01f. We could also play with how gravity actually works. The classic gravitational rubber sheet being depressed by the mass of something, meaning that linear velocity plus equals this times the distance between this and 0. Which is going to be similar to direction 2, but a different calculation. Copy, paste that to keep the structure intact. That's returning a vector, so that's no good. Distance 2. And it'll return a float. We also have distance squared 2 available. That now actually counts. Also, we do not need this. This is implicit. So we get to leave that off. It'll make it a little tidier, but not otherwise be harmful. So if this is at 0, we have a problem. But technically, right at the moment, we can't actually be at 0 because we're bouncing off of the surface of an object. Which do I think better, GDScript or C#, and do they differ in performance? Yes, they do. If you're like a Python programmer, you probably want to look into GDScript because it assumes things more easily. C# will run faster, and it lets me do certain things. It's hard to say, honestly. You can make C# run faster, is my understanding. And now let's also take this whole area, copy it, and build it into player. So again, we have to have something in the way of 0. But this is now providing a space situation where my gravity is very relative to how close I am to the 0. So this has a radius of like 100. That means that the forces being applied are not very strong because our distance to 0 is like 100 already. So that's scaling it right back. If we were able to get closer to this, then gravitational forces would kick in. But we have just implemented gravitation. What that means is I can get down to the surface here. And as long as I can actually bunk into this guy, which I just failed to do a couple of times, my aim is not great. I'm bouncing over it all the time. Also, I keep thinking that hitting shift is going to slow me down, when in fact it is space that slows me down. There we go. Now that is going to be in orbit around this moon. And the amount of gravity in here, also look, we apparently have some gravitational forces. I don't know why we're suddenly spinning. That's weird. Friction is not helping us very much here. Bunk. And we bump it again. And off we go again. I feel as if friction should be having more of an effect than it is. Let's bump it back up towards the top. There's the top. Are we going in the right direction? Not completely, but see, we have a gravitational system going on. So there's a further trick that can be played that might make things very interesting. If we can refer this to distances of other objects, we can set up a multi-entity gravitational scenario. I'm also curious as to whether I can instantiate an additional bot. So this is the system by which I'm doing this. Can I make two? They'll initially appear in the same place and then get repositioned by the physics engine as they start. I don't see two, I see one. I'm going to say that failed. So since add child bot didn't work twice, I'm assuming that I'm going to need to make another var, so let's try something slightly different. Instead of simply repeating add child, I'll maybe say this is sort of part of the same scenario. The template gets to be one thing, but this actually has to be done separately. Like this. So then we'll have declared these in ready, which is probably not where we want to declare them, but it's good enough to get them started, at which point we probably are going to have 2 of them now. And they do appear to have independent motion. So we got 2 guys. And I just punted one off into the air, the other one's staying still. That means I can make 3 of them the same way. Or indeed declare it elsewhere, and there's the rub. That's the thing. We're declaring this as part of the base class, like the world that we're in. And it includes its own scripts, and we're creating our own objects, but they're not going to appear in the Godot application here. I don't have it in such a way that it's appearing here. But, and by that I mean here, this is what the world looks like. And then player is getting teleported out of the way of that because here's where player starts. And I think I have player's mesh instance off. So if we go back, now we can presumably, or perhaps not. Okay, that's weird. Oh, there's an asterisk. Maybe I have simply not saved. There we go. Okay, I saved and then it became visible in Node 3D. This is still going to look the same as before because we're looking from the inside of this sphere. Except for we've now hidden. Okay, so there could be a crash bug in here, and I'll tell you why. We don't have a surface bouncing us off anymore. Instead, we are just reacting to the 0, 0 position. As are these guys. They're reacting to the 0, 0 position. So we can bounce them all off in a direction. And look at where they went. If we can find them, where'd they go? So these were never meant to be orbiting. And there might be, okay, see here? It's bouncing off of nothing. But they should be using gravity to approach a 0, 0 position, but we don't actually have other objects in here at the moment. So we're all kind of acting funny. Maybe it's acting funny because we're too close to 0. If we create rigid body 3D, that is this giant object. Maybe it's too giant. Let's go and deal with that. Transform, scale. These are the ones that are scaled in order to be giant. So Mesh instance radius and height. We'll make it be 10 and 20 of height. And then the collision shape also follows suit. 20, 20, and 20. Now if we run this, now we're bouncing around in a much smaller world. And one interesting thing that we observe is that gravity's a little higher now. We are 10 times closer to the null point. That means gravity is a little stronger as we get closer to the center of the universe, 0, 0, which this is surrounding. And so our gravity becomes a little bit stronger. Farther away we go, the less gravity we'll experience. So then the next step here is to define these in a way that they're persistent rather than just running on their own. And that means closing this. So we are spawning these new guys here. They should be appearing in this screen. They're just not. Or at least last I checked they weren't. See, we're spawning, we're instantiating, we're adding child, and then, let's see, so var bot, add child bot, and bot owner. See where it says underneath my image there, so let's scroll this up. Can we even do that? Dang it. Now you can see it. So it says owner, and owner this node, owner must be an ancestor, meaning it's lower on the tree. And in the editor, nodes not owned by this scene root are usually not displayed in the scene doc and will not be saved. So set the owner. This is what I'm looking to do. After calling add child node, oh look, you get to do add child node and then bool an internal node. What does that even mean? Okay, add child. Force readable name, internal mode equals internal mode disabled. They have to have a unique name. That's cool. Force readable name. What is a readable name? I'm telling it to be true, but it defaults to false. And internal mode disabled. Okay, internal mode, back disabled and front. Okay, siblings, that means this gets spawned, and it's going to be spawned at its parent, and then it's going to appear. It's a class type, and it's defaulting to disabled. So it's not going to be internal unless you tell it to be. I am pretty sure this means where it's going to get placed in the order that they get created. This might automatically. Also, I don't know what force readable name means, so that's frustrating. But we're going to try this for these and then see what happens. We've not actually added anything to the scene tree yet, but this might automatically do it. So how's that work? Works like this. Here we've got our bouncy balls. They are following gravity. If I can make them refer to each other, I can give them gravity around each other, and that will be interesting. As they are showing signs of drag. Now if I scoot over to here, this is what I'm supposed to be running in, although maybe I'm seeing a problem simply because I would have thought saying internal mode meant that they would be created and would show up on this scene tree. I don't see that happening. But also it doesn't seem to be running inside here, and that's weird too. So let's go back to Writer. Let's go back to here. Let's quit out of this. Here's our script. We save it and it will run. Now let's try to run it inside the Godot engine. If I hit escape, I've got my keyboard back. Here we have our dudes here. Bouncy, bouncy. And bouncing off of me, too. And now if I hit escape again, I can go back to this scene. Or maybe what I have to do is pull this out of the way. And this is the part where I'm looking to see whether these bot objects enter the scene tree. But I'm not seeing it. I'm not seeing it. I thought I would see. Okay, it says local. How about remote? No. No. I'm expecting to see objects that are called bot appearing here. And I am not seeing that. Although I'm seeing bouncy balls, so it's like, okay, that's cool. So yeah. I can try to make some really cumbersome code to do what I mean, even if it's not doing what I want. Or I can simply also, it feels weird that I'm using var in C#. Can I not do that? No, it looks like I do have to do that. Var or variant. Do I have lookup stuff for that? No. Okay, so this is still how we do this. Can I do that in the actual class? Let's move this entire area over to here and see if anything happens. Oh, it didn't like that much, does it? No, we didn't like that at all. We are still not happy with this one bit. I'm not loving that we're declaring these things in ready and then just we kind of abandon them. I don't feel like this is a good way to access these things. And I don't get to see them in the interface in Godot. And that feels like a problem too. I particularly don't want to be doing things like Godot find child in every physics frame. Something terrible like that. So this is the script that we are in. I feel like I want to go look at how other people do this, and yet I'm not. Because see, the next part here is have them show other gravity. And if I can so I can define that. There's nothing there yet. I can make it be distance 2. And that'll work if I can vector 3, 0. There. So if I do that, that will work. It's not doing anything different. It's just adding twice as much gravity as before. Oh, also, hi. And I have to use it in both places. Here's the thing. If I iterate over the positions of all the other bots, I have an elaborate gravity system. And I can make as many of them as I want. If I could figure out how to make an array of objects and iterate over that within each object, because you also don't want to do position distance to yourself, because that will be 0. And so I can't do 1 divided by 0. That's automatically bad. But if I could iterate over everything, then I'd have an entire gravity simulation for multi-body gravity. And that feels like a fun way to start. At least it does some of the things functionally that I need to do. So let's see whether we can return a child node by its index. So access a child node by its name, use getNode node path. Also, amusingly, you can do getChildren and return an array. And then presumably iterate over the array. Trouble is, so technically what I could do is set this up in such a way that I am spawning these bots connected to something. I can make a node that controls them all, and then this functionality lets me return all of the children of a object that I specify. But to do that, I have to be able to do the fundamental of, can each of these with this script on it refer to player? So getParent should give me the root node. Then get node should be able to give me a name. So get node paren and quotes. It's filling in the close paren and the close notes for me, which is like, okay. So that should work, so why isn't it? Oh, because that gets the node, but it is not actually getting me a location. However, if I specify what kind of node this is, brackets, and rigid body 3D, actually, it doesn't like that. No, now it does. That should give me the position of that. And I should also be able to do that. In theory, that will now have all of these bots. There is a fire going. Yes, Victor. I've been able to keep that going this afternoon because I'm not too distracted yet. Although, if this starts working, I probably will become that distracted immediately. Now, let's run this and see what we get. Hi. I am rotating through space something fierce, but you know what? My little friends are orbiting me. Some of them are orbiting the planet, but they are also trying to orbit me. So let's zoom down to here, use the brakes. I have a brake, they do not. Let's go to the top of the planet instead. And here's basically where we started. And this shows that it is working. We are bouncing off of stuff, and they are trying to orbit me. In fact, they're going to bounce me around rather violently because they have physics too. And if any of these guys come zooming in under gravity and whacking me, this is what happens. Also, the gravity increases the closer you get to the thing that is orbiting. So we have real orbits, but they are not orbiting each other. The only two things that they are approaching are myself and this big sphere. But that's following actual orbital mechanics. If it zooms in, the gravity ramps up as it goes. And so now they are all very much in my face. I'm hitting the brakes as hard as I can, but this is going to knock me around something fierce because there was quite a lot of energy in there. So yeah, here's my orbiting dudes. Our bounciness is fairly strong here. So at this point, I've now established that some of the gravity stuff works. However, what is not really working is they are also not orbiting each other. And that is something that could be made to happen if I can iterate over the array. And this all might not actually be very efficiently implemented. But one of the things I'm trying to do, because these will not end up being a complicated gravity simulation. That's not really the intention here. And it is possible, it's possible to make a flat version. I'm just not doing that. Or I could make a big weird disk version. That could be cool. Back to Node 3D. So one of the things that this means, although the add child stuff is frustrating me, however, so the only things that are altering are the name of the variable that I've instantiated. So, array time. We cannot do that. But maybe if we tell it how many of them we can have. No, that's apparently not the way to do it. So what I'm looking to do is make an array of these objects, and this is not the way of doing that. I don't know what the way is, but this is not the way of doing that. If I remove that var, does it act any better? No. Okay, so what do I have to do to make an array of things? I think we're going to give up and go look on the internet. New window and a little Google searching for what that's worth, which isn't as much as it used to be. And we're going to assume that it's enemies. List variable. So this is one of the things I was talking about. Create a node and put things as children under the node. Then I can iterate through those by returning an array. Okay, exporting. There was not much commentary in this, and this is an old version of Godot engine, to the point where it is a GD script, and that's not actually useful. So let's search a little harder, because that actually wasn't helpful at all. That's a YouTube thing. I don't want a YouTube thing. Export for multiple dimension of arrays. Well, maybe we have a single dimensional. That's a Facebook thing. Well, this person at least says they're writing a C# script. I googled that term and I got an AI answer that gave me some BS about how to make a thing that doesn't exist. Yep, this is why I don't lean on that stuff. Okay, so I'm not searching well enough. Here's a Godot thing that does mention It does mention C#. Your first 2D game. So if we're dealing with this in C#, this part of it, as it's referring to Godot objects and children and stuff, that part should be the same. I don't know. I will find out. That's the thing, is that it's going to have to be iteratable. So we're doing rigid body 3D instead of 2D, but fine. We can make a new scene. We've already done that. We've already done this. So we have the object that we need, and they do actually work when instantiated one at a time. That is also something that we've done. That is also something that is done. What we don't have is... Okay, we got that. The point here is to find how, spawn randomly around the game board multiple things in an array that are being spawned from code. Game scene, okay, I've got that. Timer, I know how to use those, and we're not using that here. Spawning. Last drip of coffee. My fire has run out of steam, so I'm going to throw another log in there. There we go. Got that back going on. So, path, do not need path. I'm not using that. Path follow, don't need that. Script. Aha. Okay, so here's our GD script. Here's how you do it in C#. Main. Our main has actually got a different name to it. We specify export differently, and this is apparently how we talk about this stuff. So mob scene. But in this case, so node 3D, we've got a red squiggle that says this is broken. Although I don't see, oh no, I see where. It's got that in there, and it should not have that in there. There we go. And then back over to Chromium, it's in public partial class main node. We are in public partial class node 3D, but that's no different really. Do that, there's export, and public packed scene, mob scene, but what we want is bot. So we're going to call it bot. Seems to be bouncing and jumping around a little bit. That's weird. That much seems okay. Presumably this is referencing this. So bot template load packed scene. No, it needs to be capitalized. Interesting. Okay. So if we do it that way, does that actually give us a result? Did we make it refer to the scene? We can find out real quick by trying to run it. No. No, it did not. They did not appear. So we've just made it break simply because we didn't load it. So let's continue looking at what the instructions say. Clearly we did not get this right quite yet. Okay, so we need to do that in Godot. Node 3D, but we need to make this be the correct scene. This is the one it wants. Boop. Alrighty, now we have Node 3D. It said export, so we brought that in and we loaded it up with the scene that we're going to want to instance. Now we hit save for that, back into Writer. This time it should be able to know, because we've told it to export that, and we're using it, and then we're loading it there. Let's find out if that worked. Also, maybe we don't even need this variable at all. I bet you don't need that variable at all. Let's find out. See, we should be able to just do bot instantiate. Save, run, and there we go. And they have so much gravity that we're rapidly being bumped around. See, that means they're fully functional. Their gravity is working. They're scooching towards me as fast as they possibly can. Unless that is the... If I'm farther away from that, it's going to be orbiting that. See, it's orbiting that, but if I get close enough to that one, I can set up an orbit. I am drawing it toward me. And see, it's kind of trying to follow gravity, but it's also following me. And all I need to do now is make them be gravitationally attracted to themselves. But here's a start. What I don't have yet is arrays. So the next thing is, can I make these and have an array of them, which would mean a bunch more, instantiate them as members of that array, at which point I can also iterate over that array if I can go and find it. I don't need to do player node because we're not operating on the basis of that at this time. Haha. On mob timer timeout. This is a C# language. Mob scene instantiate mob. Technically, I could be renaming things in a more appropriate way. Let's give that a try. Copy, and then apparently I can do that just fine. I'm doing add child, that seems correct. Let's go back to this and see how they're doing it. So where are we defining this? That's defined as mob scene. but I don't see where it said that mob was a variable type. So var player get node player player. That's fine and good. We've got timers. I don't think you can just go Fred and have that be a variable called Fred. That seems weird. Not that I couldn't try that. Let's see whether that's just crazy. Type Fred. Okay. Well, I mean, it did something, but it wasn't useful. Unless, of course, type in namespace. Okay, so that was relatively useless. I'm basically seeing what this nonsense does, because I didn't expect that to work in any way, and sure enough, it did not work in any way. And as expected, oh, we don't get to use this, do we? Cannot use local variable before it's declared. Okay. You can't instantiate a scene either. Oh, hi, this is a thing. So this is a class. So public class bot, but that didn't actually work. What if it's lowercase? No. Also, this doesn't like that either. Well, this is the part that works. It'll work if you call it Fred or if you call it bot. However, we do not have an array yet. So this makes no sense whatsoever. That's not how this works. Oh, hang on. Does that work? No. Didn't like that one bit. Oh, well, it would help if I didn't have it as a comma. Does it like it now? Okay. So we can do this. You can apparently get away without it, but you can do that. Now, where are they making arrays of these things? Create a new instance of the scene. Okay, you're supposed to be able to do this. Let's see if there's any truth to that. Now that I'm having this part work. No, don't like that. It didn't like that one bit. Happy enough to do that, though. Doesn't like that either. Not one bit. So it's unhelpful, plus the code doesn't actually work. Useful. But then it's because it changed out from underneath it. So yeah, that's not actually as helpful. Okay, using C#, that's a YouTube video. I don't feel like watching that. That makes me sad. Okay, here is 2024 GD script. Okay, no. I am placing enemy scenes, instances of enemy scenes in a level. That at least is correct. YouTube videos, YouTube videos. Pity you can't tell it not to do YouTube videos. Spawning enemy waves, Godot 4 C#. Well, that's a better sign. It's medium, so it's not a YouTube video. Presumably they're spawning those guys, whatever they are. And okay. They're doing lists. I'm not really up to speed on lists, but that's because I'm more a C than a C++ person. We're making structs. Structs are a little bit like the Godot entities in that we can have multiple different things in there. This might not be that useful to me because it's a little bit too arcane. I don't actually get to do this one, I don't think. It's kind of in the zone, but it's not using enough Godot-isms for my taste. Though, one thing I can do is I can make it ready to be, yeah, see? This part is not working for me. I'm not having any luck at having that be language that works. It simply is not able to do it. I don't know why. But some of this would. In particular, I can do private node enemies parent and enemies parent get node enemies. That could be adapted to this. Add child node. Node 3D. I'll move it right over to here. Actually, that didn't do a damn thing, did it? And rename it bots. Now if I can spawn these guys attached to this node, I can go to the node and get a list of children and iterate across them, which could be done for a number of different things. In particular, I can start with any given object in there, have it revert to its parent and iterate through the list of bots accepting itself, and then everything can be gravitationally attracted to everything else, or other stuff like that. Ooh, I can't do a locked 4:3 aspect ratio. What are you talking about? If I did that, it wouldn't work for literally any screen. It's going to need to adapt to the screen. 4:3 aspect ratio, my butt. I have an even wider screen than that. Vinegar Jim. Giving up completely my ass. So, now we have a node called bots. Save. Here we are in node 3D. That's not a thing. Didn't get there. So we're instantiating objects. No, get node. It knows what that is. And if that works, I can use it for multiple places and in an array. So we should have been able to instantiate things on top of that node that will serve for collecting it. Yeah, don't worry about not being able to paste all of the things. It's fine. So let's look over to here. We're going to have to refer to parent is now bots. There. That should still work. That's probably the only change I need to make. Let's find out if that's true or not. Do they still even appear? Does everything still work? It certainly does not. They're gone. So why are they gone? This is still there. Puzzling. So some of this is working and some of this ain't. I'm pretty sure if I don't do get node bots add child, yeah, maybe it's just a matter of I need to take it down a notch. It's not doing a good job of showing me whether that's a real address or not. But if the bots appear, that will have been a real address. That was not a real address. Okay. Let's take it back a step. Let's take it back a step. Can we still do add child? Or is there a problem more fundamental? So if this works, then at least I've got something going on. So, aha, that doesn't work. Something else happened. Also, I have a lot of gravity, don't I? Interesting. It feels as if there's something weird about that was more gravity than I was expecting to see. So maybe this was broken? Oh, we've got null references. I bet that's the problem. So node 3D line 17, huh? Yep, it was immediately a null reference. I think that's the last one that I ran. I don't think this is going to change a thing. Could it be that it refuses to instantiate bot? I changed that and it was broken. Does it literally say that, I wonder? We have a stack of problems and exceptions. You can see a little more of that. I'm going to say this is because I said instantiate and then had those angle brackets in there. I'm going to say that's what broke. I don't know why, but that was the most recent thing I tried to do. We're going to now run it real quick and see if everything appears this time. Certainly does not. What's it steal? Object reference not set to an instance of an object immediately upon hitting this. It's like it failed without telling me why. This worked a while ago. At one point this worked. I promise you it did. And since I can't actually see what's happening by going to the Godot program and looking at its tree of objects, because they never seem to show up in the tree of objects even when I feel like they should, or even when they actually work and function, they don't seem to show up there. I guess we look to see whether... Oh, hang on. Why is that empty now? I am disappointed. That's not supposed to be empty. What made it be empty? Okay, let's try it now that I just changed that one thing. Boom. They're not the busiest looking things in the world, but also they are clearly not responding to gravity from me. They are responding to gravity from the ground. Okay, so that's all good fun. That's what happened. So, seeing as now we can do that, let's see if we can add them to the correct place. Okay, and how about we erase this nonsense? Now, what do we have? Do we add them to the new place? Do they still exist at all? Did I blank it somehow? Nope. Oh, and hey, now we have our gravity. They're going after me something fierce. Where'd you go? There you are. They're going to come at me like mad. Look at that. But they are not orbiting each other, not yet. but one's going to, see, it whacked me very violently because the gravity is causing everything to go to everything. So this would be like the worst kind of bullet hell. You're like, oh no, I got hit in the back of the head, which is why a version of asteroids in 3D has never really been practicable. You can't see the things, they're all too far away, and then they whack you in the back of the head. It's amusing enough in its way, but I need to bring in the icon. Don't know why it's asking for icon SVG, but that's fine. That is fine. Keeping on, checking on the fire, making sure it's still going. So Chad had some observations of which some of this we've got. Bot scene, private node 3D. Well, there's something that I could try, certainly. If I have a maximum size amount of these, we can see whether any of that can actually work. So but it's actually not node 3D. These are rigid body 3D. 3D array but equals new. Haha. Now let's see whether we can get this going. It's going to be a little tricky because this is the instantiation of the class. I'm pretty sure I'm going to have to put a maximum size on this, and memory should tell me how extreme this becomes. Maybe you won't even need to paste it all. 3. That said, now I have to figure out how to spawn them, so that could be colorful. But 0 equals, and then we have the rest of this stuff exactly as it was. And we'll see whether that works at all or completely and totally fails. I'm going to say that failed. So what would it need to do if I was going to make it exist? Oh, did I put in, I didn't put in export, did I? There you go, still trying to make it. Remember that my base node is not a node 3D. That said, I'm not sure that's going to work. Yeah, Chad. Oh, okay, no. Never mind. Chad and Bro. Okay, so we didn't get there. We did not get there. But some of this is functional. I'm just struggling to make use of the... And maybe I will concede that maybe because Node 3D is a class that contains rigid body, maybe I can do it without using rigid body. Stranger things have happened. We can but try. No problem. So public partial class there. That looks about the same. I've got get and set in here for some reason. Yeah, for each looks like the kind of thing that I'd be using. This also looks like about the same as what you've got there. Yeah, private node 3D, bots equals new node 3D, 10 or 3 or whatever it is that I choose. I'll even use 10 to match what you wrote. But then we have to get into something else. Here's ready. This is where it would be happening. This is the part that wasn't actually working. So ooh, okay, I like that. Hang on. Hey, look, it's trying to fill in exactly what you had. Neat. I'll let it do that. I bet it's not going to do the rest of it, but it figured that part out. Bots is an array, and it knew that I was going to try to refer to it. Neat. Node 3D bot. Instantiate node 3D. I can worry about the position stuff later. Okay. Node 3D bot scene. I do need to put in node 3D apparently. Now it's supposed to be okay with that. Here's where we start running into a problem. So public override void ready. Yes, this is where we're doing it. So yeah, I'm not worried with that part because this part's failing. Ooh, no, wait, I've typed it wrong. Give me a second. It changed what I had done to something else for no good reason. No spaces. One of these and one of those. Okay, so we can do that, but our variable name is no good. Oh, I see a problem. It's reusing a variable that was already there. Let's return to the Fred part. Haha. Okay, spotted it. Now, here's the number of those. Here's that. If we can do this, then we instantiate it. Can we add it to the scene in an appropriate place? Get node bots, add child, bot. If this works, it will be rather spectacular. Let's find out what we made happen. It'll be a batch of different things, partly not an array and partly an array. How many of these monsters do we have now? A bunch. Hey. Hey now. That's what I was talking about. Looky there. Now where'd they all go? This is the kind of thing I was talking about. Let me restart that so that they can all orbit the moon. Because this is the... If you look off in the distance there, you can see the little glittering bots going around and doing their thing. I thank you, Chad. That was the correct answer. And we will get to see them. Actually, you know what? Good enough. Since I'm not too close, they are being attracted to that moon. So now that we can derp around, seeing them all having gravity. I will be doing other things around this, such as only creating so many of them, assigning them different textures. I need to make an array for the number of textures. But this is a good start regarding what we can do with this nonsense. And this is them basically only being attracted to the moon. But they are also attracted to me. See their gravitational pull? In fact, my gravity is so great that they are going to begin to approach me rather than just the moon. And now we have orbit. And now we have a chaotic gravitational behavior. And if I get far enough away, now they're just orbiting the moon. So here's the next trick to add. Oh, fair enough. Okay, well, I mean, we gradually and eventually got there. So I think the next story is, let's not bother with these spawns, and we'll continue with this one. Seeing as we made a batch of them, at AI work in progress. I mean, you can take as much credit as you like because you specified the thing that it groveled over and came up with some results. The results don't have to all be good, but it's doing a similar thing to what I was trying to do with Google. I didn't successfully give it Google, and it could have returned nonsense, but bits of the language it returned was in fact correct. This is also where I would be giving them independent graphics, and I can do that stuff. I can do that stuff on my own. I wonder why the volume is... Oh, because I'm blowing into the mic. Never mind that. I'll try not to blow into the mic. So now we have just a batch of these guys. So it's an array, so do we have index numbers? We're running in physics process. We have a player position. Here's where we would put that for each. Now I have to access that array now. So the next thing I think would be finding where that array is defined. However, returning all children of something gives me an array. So for a physics process, firstly, let's not bother with this, but that's not even close to what I wanted to do, but we are in the right zone. So get parent. Also not what I wanted to do. That is in the zone, but then it continues to what I don't. And hitting tab will try to make it give all of that, so I then backspace over the part that's nonsense. Returns all children inside an array. Internal children is probably simply. So how does one manage that, though? See, I don't wish to constantly invoke this over and over. I want to grab it once and then be working on it within physics process without having to reconstruct it every single time. That seems wasteful. So this will be an array similarly to what I'm using in here. So we're doing that in the base class here. It's a private thing. Or is it? What if it was public? What if it was public so everybody can use it? Is that even a thing? Get parent should get me back to node 3D. Name would be node 3D. It wouldn't be child either because I'm looking at the array outside of any of this. So none of that is actually relevant. I'm looking at the array elements, which are nodes. Okay, back to here. Bots. And this is built into the class, so it should be able to find it. It can't be made private. Well, maybe not. Let's find out. Doesn't seem happy. I don't think it liked that. But with this, to get access to player, you got to go back to parent and then back to parent again. It's going to be the same thing. Making me type everything. No, we're still not there. We are still not there. Maybe it's get node and then the name of it. And then, can we refer to things that are part of this? At what point can we get to that particular thing? At what point can we get to a public thing named bots that is an array and refer to that through one of the elements of the array? In theory, this is doable. It's an array of Node3D. I made it be public. It'd probably be a behavior like this. And I'm assuming that I can refer to public variables in this way. Okay, what if we do that? Didn't like that. Also not note, but node. Well, maybe we can declare it in the class. Maybe that's its problem. Okay, you want to be private? Go ahead and be private. And it still didn't help. No flat earths. How about this? Okay, cannot convert source type to target type Godot node 3D. Interesting. Why are you being a pain in the butt to me? Who asked you to do that? Godot node to target type Godot node 3D. Well, if he told you to do that, how about that? Well, it runs, but I don't know if it does anything. And this is it wanting me to put an underscore into there. position, basis, blah, 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 etc., etc. Import path. I would think it would be showing stuff there if it was able to. So maybe the double parent. There. Now if I type a dot, even if you can't make use of this because it's not the right kind of object, can you at least show me some of the variables that are part of this class? I'm going to say, no, that's not showing me variables that are part of this path. However, we can at least see if it runs. Ooh, it crashed super hard. It's not happy at all. Vector 3 nan. Already. It became very upset. Look at that. Big pile of mess. What's the first problem? Oh, it doesn't even have enough room for all the problems. It really lost its damn mind. Is it all because of this, or is there other problems elsewhere? There's other problems elsewhere. So what made this break so hard? It was working before. I bet it needs to be private. I bet that needs to be private. Fair? That means I can't do the thing I was going to do. Now try it. No. No, we are literally nowhere after having gotten it work briefly. Far out. Well, this stuff had been working before and then it abruptly stopped. But it was working when it said this. So it ceased working when it said this. So how about we not try to say that? And we not try to say that. And we see whether it's any happier. Also, I should go back to Godot and see if it still understands what it's... Yeah, there's bot scene. Still has that. Still has that. Did we change this? No, we did not. Let's try again and see if any of it is happier. No, it's gone completely dead on me. Nothing works anymore. And I don't honestly see what I changed to make it blow up in that way. We got big infinite problems. Tell you what, let me blank that out. Run it and then quit it real quickly. And see if there are earlier problems that are still on screen. No, it's literally run out of space. It's having so many problems that it can't operate and it can't show me what the problem is because it's filling up the world with problems so fast. Yikes. Yikes. So this worked once. So here's another thing that could end up being a possibility if we simply don't run this at all. If we don't run that at all, are we still having the same problem? Haha. So we can work, and then as soon as we try to enter a bot using the thing that was working before and isn't working now, it blows up completely and dies. So our problem is in here somewhere. Could it be that the attempt to put them into a node is the problem? Like if you can't get that node, it would fail. This is the node. It is a node 3D. This is what we're supposed to be adding to. And I don't remember if we ever had it working with this. So, if that's the problem, we can solve it by not trying to apply them to that node. We might not be finding the node, in which case that would explain what's happening. So do we have a large number of dudes? No, we have dead. Dead, dead, dead. Interesting. And man, is it having problems. Oh, but we are seeing an actual complaint that is like normal language. Node not found, player relative to root. That could be relevant. Maybe this is fine, but this is not. What are we doing here? Is this what's not being found? I know I stacked those up because I was expecting them to show up under the category bot. If that was the problem, we may actually have a functioning result. No. It moves, but there are no objects in the scene. Things are infinite. Things are not a number. And this goes so far beyond what's functional that we can't actually get to use it in any way. That's a drag. This part's fine. How about I cut down the numbers a little bit? 2. Let's keep after it until we get something working somehow anywhere. Also, I can make it a little bit easier. Firstly, we'll take that out and see if we can get things to appear. If we can get things to appear, then it's that which is causing a problem. No appeary just yet. Although it may be because I didn't save. Nope. Nope. It's deader than a doorknob. Okay, so what do I have to remove to get this dumb thing to work? We've got an array that worked before. It doesn't work now. We're creating things in a loop according to the length of the array. We can do botscene instantiate. What if we don't add children? Does it work then? Then we'll check if it doesn't, if we don't do either of those things. Haha. So if we don't add child, our thing works. If we do add child, even if there are only 2, we're dead in the water. So it's something having to do with where these appear. Axis vector 3 nan nan nan. So there's a problem. Well, enters the scene tree for the first time. Formerly, I was setting that to a position. I don't know whether I can set things to a position in instantiation. Ah. Let's see if that does anything. Bot position equals vector 3 up. See, they're starting out as 0, and you're not allowed to divide things by 0. If it's vector 3 up, that bot position is automatically 1, meaning that the physics engine may be able to take over and replace it. But if the physics engine doesn't take over before I run the thing where I'm dividing by the distance between it and 0, 0, 0, that's a divide by 0, meaning that it's an infinite, meaning that would be nan, and that's exactly what would be happening. So let's see whether this fixed it. Haha. And they both have gravity. And I'm guessing that was it. This would also be a good place to assign their textures based on an array. Which is not to say that I'm doing that this instant, but this would be a place to do that. This would also be a place to take these and put them back, because they're going to, unless player position is exactly the same as one of the bots. So there we go. I do believe we keep having issues with that. One of the bots, if not more, started out as, see, let's go back up to ready. Actually didn't do it. I think player starts out as a position of 1. I'm not entirely sure. But yeah, if it was literally in exactly the same place as that, then that would cause this problem. However, I can test that. This is running divided by this. Therefore, we can just grab that. We can take it and we can go larger than 0. Only then do we get to apply the thing. Having done that, let's see if now it suddenly works. I stand corrected, it does not. Interesting. Oh yeah, no, I mean, isn't it always though? I would have thought that that would help. I would have thought that that would help. I could test it again by commenting that out, at which point, in theory, it should run if that was the problem. It runs. And then if I comment it out, and run it again, that's not good enough. So, I mean, I can do a different thing. We can just enclose that in braces and then add something. There. Now we're divided by distance 2 plus, oh, no, let's make it 1. We're always at least at 1. Because divided by tiny numbers makes it become extremely large. By the same token, we can even go into this one and do the same thing. There, so we're dividing by something which shouldn't be negative and should always be at least somewhat positive. Let's see if that helped. It's possible that that helped. I would imagine that was our problem. Boom. And now they have gravity, and they're coming right for me and bouncing me about quite aggressively. We are going really far away from these two guys are beating me up. Look at them bouncing me around. I'm getting bounced on a whole bunch. And that means we get to see what life looks like with a whole bunch of these crazy things. Oh no, there are so many of them. So these are going to tend to orbit the moon. Except for they're also going to try to orbit me. So if I zoom in here, I will be able to drag them away from the moon. They're feeling my gravitational pull. Coming closer. Dragging them out. They all ended up approaching the moon. So there's that. If that moon was not fixed in place, it would be going flying with all the pressure of those guys pushing against it. Let's see if we can get a orbital behavior going. I really should set up that array and see whether so the next thing is they need to also be chasing each other. They need to have gravity that affects each other as well, because currently that's not what's going on. I'm also not being drawn to them either, but that's fine. How close can we come before they levitate off of the surface? I will go forwards and begin to attract them. Then I will go to the side and I'll see whether I can get them all orbiting the moon. Because they're only attracted to that moon and me. Hey, I might get an orbit. That might be it. That might have done it. Or perhaps not. I think they're too close. It'll be more fun if I have them all with different colors, but all the same, we have more. Okay, let's get really silly for a moment. So it ran fine. It did about 150 megs. CPU was still at 2% most of the time. How silly can we become? 1,000. Can we run 1,000 of these objects? Bear in mind, we haven't really done much optimization. We don't have random colors for them. They're all the one color. Hit save. Everything should operate on the basis of the randomization, and I'm going to have to back right off as soon as I can. Or maybe not. I'm going to just sit here. and see at what point, yep, it's woken up. Oh my god. The physics engine is bouncing me around fiercely. I am in the middle of a kajillion bots. This frame rate is not bad for 1,000 of them. That's entirely too many. Let's see if I can get out. I can get out. All right. 1,000 bots, all with gravity either towards me or that planet. Let's beat feet towards the planet. Oh, let's beat feet towards these guys in order to make them go zooming in my direction. As I approach them, I will be affecting their orbit quite strongly. In fact, I can zoom through them and cause them to all flip out and fly wildly about. I think it sent me flying wildly about too. Up, but here is the planet. The planet of about 1,500 bots. They're covering the entire surface. It's a morass of them. So many of them. Yeah, so if I make them all orbit each other, what's going to happen is that that planet's going to become a bit of a mess, firstly. Blink. Let's bounce off the planet and see if we can get them to react. There we go. Dragged a bunch of them loose. Let's see if we can get an orbit going. Because it's behaving in the way that a gravitational force would, in that it's that rubber sheet model of gravitation. The closer you are to it, the more intense the gravitational effect will be. So in theory, I can do an orbit. And they'll also be orbiting me at the same time. But we have a bunch of these guys coming from the depth of space, including these ones. Idea of the eventual game is flying about. They don't actually get gravitationally attracted to you, but we're flying around, scoping them out, and they'd be moving around in groups like these because that's what their paths tell them to do. So you'd have these and you go, okay, I am in mold-colored green and stripy land. And you'd shoot zaps in their direction and figure out how to interpret, and you'd shoot zaps at them and see if they were, for instance, if they'd seen the one you're looking for, much like in the previous game. And now I'm in the middle of a cluster of them that are so dense that I can't even escape. Well, I probably can. Maybe not, though. I might be stuck. So that is the 1,000 instance. We'll take it down to 10. And now it's time to see if I can get them to attach to the container object. So yeah. So that is an available thing that I can do. And to do this, I would have to double up parent because it's one step up. I think that's the only change that needs to be made, and it will be attaching them to the node called bots. If this works, it'll work. If it doesn't work, aha, okay. Got there. So here's the previous behavior, but not nearly as many of them. They're going to try to approach me, and they're trying to approach the moon. So they're acting a little bit like the game when you won the game the previous time, in that they're like, hey, let's all swarm you. But here's where things might get interesting. Here's where I wanted to, and this didn't turn out to be the problem. Oh, the bot waterfall was when I had 1,000 of them. And it's very impressive that I was able to run 1,000 of them and it ran as well as it did. But I mean, it's a pretty good computer. It's a video game capable computer. Here's something that's not as good. I should throw another log on the fire. It's going right out. Goes to show you when I get busy working on the thing, that can happen. I'll lose track of all kinds of stuff. That also shows you how much time went past as I struggled with some of those things. Time does pass when you're having bot fountains. There we go. I'm going to let that ramp up a little bit, and then I'm going to engage the damper. Then I think I'm going to go and use the facilities very briefly, and be right back. Yeah, that's an all-natural fire, that is. It is not a special effect. It's real. It's my heating system. Okay. So back we come to this, I saw what you said and you just commented on the fire, and there's nothing wrong with commenting on the fire, so you don't need to retract a thing. It's all fine. So here we are. This needs to have stuff. Actually, hang on a moment. I'm trying to refer to that, but do I need to make a dedicated variable for it in every single instance of bot? Or can I simply refer to, is it going to be cheaper to refer to stuff outside? Like if this has private variables for all manner of things that are duplicates, I'm not sure how useful that is. We're only doing this in physics process. Let's see what we can do. Let's look up something. Let's look up iterating over arrays using for each. In C#. Okay. Let's see whether anybody in here is using for each to iterate over something. Perhaps not. Well, Godot C# arrays using for each. No, not in GDScript. Okay, what about that? That's not even Godot, but it might tell me the answer. Reach transportation key in companies. Well, in this case, it's going to be for each. And it's not going to be that, but all the same, that might be a start. So that has nothing to do with what I want, but apparently you need to spell out what kind of thing it is. And get children, that is relevant, but it's not in this place. So for each note child in this get parent. Actually, hang on. Get parent is going to be the container. Get parent is always going to be bots. So that will work, and the child will be also, what can I check for each entity of this? Do I get an array number? Ooh, it went crazy. It has a very weird suggestion. All right, how about if I continue that into get parent? Man, it's really losing its mind over that stuff. Maybe it's going to be a fairly similar thing. So int turns all children of this node inside an array. This node is inside an array. Does that mean I can use this to get the number of the instance that this is? Okay, we're not using that. I want to say array number. Array number is not exactly what we're talking about, but I want to say array number. Because they must surely each have numbers to go by, but I don't know how to identify that. So we'll call it array number. How to get into, okay, there we go. Index no exist in Godot. No longer fair. That's not even what we're talking about in the slightest. We're not trying to find 5. We're in the middle of something like 3 or whatever. and we want it to be like, this is the number that we're on, or indeed refer to the index number in any other way. Though there is a workaround. Kinda. Like the reason I am trying to find out what index we're on, given that this is an element in an array, is so that I cannot compare it with myself and come out with a divide by 0. But I've already solved divide by 0. Let's assume enemies. Array find, no. So my problem is each of these instances don't know that they're part of an array. They're individual objects, but they don't know they're a part of an array. So that's no good. Although I could specify something and assign it as it goes. So what does that mean? We could have a variable that is like, this is this one's index number, and then we set it from here. See, int I get to use I in here, so, and for each node child in this parent, well, but that's not an index, is it? It'll work perfectly for going through everything in that category, but it does not actually. You know what? Let's just leave that. And let's copy this over to inside here. Other bots. Other bots. And in this case, for each, we're going to use that thing's position. So, node child. So it's going to be child position, if I'm not mistaken. Okay, so that is a node that would work. It'll also affect itself, but that's fine. But I'm having a problem accessing that from the node itself. So let's find out. Do I have to look it up by the path? Do I? I'm being given code that says node child, so I'm iterating over child does actually count as a node. In theory, there should be completion for this. It should know, lowercase. Oh, for heaven's sake. You crazy, silly thing. You silly, twisted boy. There, see, we should have ways of connecting with stuff in here. Now, this node is, in fact, assuming it is BOD, it's a rigid body 3D. Ooh, look, there's get index. I don't think it's useful to me, but there it is. And it's absolutely not going to give me a vector 3. That's giving me an int. How about this get index? Hey. Well, you look at that. Apparently I can do it after all. So, another if statement. That's what I meant. Very good. And then this goes in here. Problems with spacing. Doesn't know what it's doing, but whatever. Now the part that I do not have is access to position of this node read as a rigid body 3D. What if I use angle brackets to try to force it? Then can I do a dot that does position? No. Okay, so we're having some problems here, but we have child get index, so we could look at get parent and then return index. And that should give us access to position, access to rigid body 3D. So let's see. Oh, for heaven's sake. This crazy, stupid thing. It just goes crazy. It types a million, billion. This is AI for you, man. I'm telling you. None of that has anything to do with what I'm trying to do. Get child by index. There's our index. Oh, now what's its problem? Oh. Okay, so that's still returning a node. So now can you do position? Not yet. We want to do get node from parent. Let's see. Oh, but can we do get node? Well, can I just punch rich body index in here? It would be returning a node. So if I do get child, but from here, haha, this might possibly work. Or it might be a giant mess. That might possibly work. Let's find out. I think we only have 10 of them. If it works, it will run, and they will all huddle together like mad. I don't think that's quite happening yet, but maybe it is. No, I think they're trying to do weird orbits. It's very inefficient. It's a good thing I don't intend that to be the final story. Yeah, they're huddling together in a little mass. They are orbiting themselves and each other. Yeah, look at them go. Work in progress, all right. And the whole thing is so inefficient that we're really kind of struggling to run there. Thank goodness I didn't try to do 1,000. I bet the CPU marking for this is going to be very high. Ooh, I have flown off into outer space. Okay, well, as long as I'm doing that, I can temporarily stop it trying to go to 0. So no going to 0. Now they only follow me and each other, but they don't care about the planet. And this is very inefficient code, apparently. I honestly don't quite get the deal with that, but go figure. I mean, I made it work. It ran. Given that it runs, let's bump up the numbers a little bit, but not too insanely. 50. That's going to reduce the efficiency by a lot. It did tend to freeze up quite a bit. Thankfully, I'm not actually going to be doing this quite this way. It's not actually doing a gravitational system. So save, run. Let's make the system grind. Oh yeah, we are having a real grind here. 50 is too much for this poor sucker. No, I used a graphics program for making skyboxes. Yeah, the frame rate's too low, man. That's no bueno. Ooh, we are having invoke. Okay, notice it can't get index. Okay, interesting. It can't get index. That's a bunch of errors, so it's obviously spitting out an infinite amount of things. Notice internal. Can't get index. At get index. Main node 545. That's Godot. That's not my code. But. Let's simplify this and see if it helps. I mean, it seems to be working. Is this its only problem? Is it just filling the error with infinite quantities of error? Okay, didn't expect that. That's running much faster, but it's not doing so in a helpful way at all. It has made a knot of messiness is what it's done. Let's go and find it. Where'd it go? I've been kicked out into outer space. No, where'd it go? There it is. Okay, so that is a nebula. And now it's not having any problem running real fast. Cool. It's a nebula of bots, and they are all following gravitational impulses towards... Let's see if I can lure them towards here. I'm attracted to this, and they are not. But they are all slightly gravitationally attracted to me. So I'm not being pulled towards them. I am being pulled towards the planet. I'm quite happy as to how fast that's running now that it's not throwing errors at the speed of light. Ooh, and they're going to bounce off of the planet. They are trying to be gravitationally attracted towards me. And that spin, I tell you. Now let's see what happens. They're all going to slightly approach me, and they're going to bounce off of this planet and go flying. But what happens then? Oh, not much. Okay, charge, boof. Charge, charge. Yeah, see, this is what causes a black hole. They are a little black hole of whirling, garbage-colored things. When they're close enough to each other, the central force is so great yeah, well, if that ran so fast, let's see what happens when we goose the numbers up a little bit more. We're going to cause it to choke one way or another. 500. This is going to increase the CPU load by a huge amount. Because it's one of those math things where each one has to refer to every other one in order to operate. And sure enough, I seem to have like 0 frames. That is what I would expect. I'm surprised that the thing is not crashing. But it might wake up at some point and show me an enormous mess of whirling mold-colored bots. Or perhaps not. Can I get the... I can. Okay, that's clearly too many. What's my CPU record look like for that? Not all that much. Weird. Okay. Chart CPU 3%. Environment. Big deal. So that was claiming it wasn't very high CPU. However, it was still obviously far too high. So let's... Since everyone has to access every other one during every physics step, that's a problem. So we're going to go to 250. That will ramp everything down considerably. Because it's like 250 squared or 500 squared is the number of calculations that have to happen. Let's see whether 250 is ridiculous but still runs. Signs of it running are not all that great. Ah, but I'm starting to get frames. I'm hitting reverse as fast as I can. Oh, I see a bot. There's a cloud. Okay, so that is apparently what 250 of these guys in a gravitational cluster look like. And again, the problem here is that everyone has to access every other one to do anything. So I've got like 1 FPS. That is a failed experiment. Or a successful experiment in that it told me what I wanted to know, but a failed experiment in the sense of actually looking cool. 50 ran okay, let's try 100. Also, there are ways of optimizing this. Yeah, look at that. They kicked me away from the planet so hard that I can't even see it anymore. There it is. We're going to return here, hit the brakes, and find out where our bizarre orgy of whirling bots is living. I do not see them. Good frame rate, though. However, they will be returning to my presence because I am the one element in this universe that they're all drawn to apart from just themselves. And I mentioned how there was something I could do. There is most definitely something I could do. So check this out. This will also improve the gravitational clustering. Watch this one. Give them a private index number. Call it an int. This get index and what did I call that? I need to take this back down. Having access to that much information wasn't actually that helpful. Private int bot counter. But it will not be 0. It will be this get index, so they each get to be slightly different. There we go. Instantiating them each. I could also do a random call. That would work. Then, here we go. We're not going to do for each at all. Instead, we're just going to iterate around. Ball counter plus plus. Oh, don't need that to be within a paren. Fine. We'll go from there. And here's where we check the boundaries of it. Get children. So that is the, okay, get children array node. Then that will give me the ability to, oh no, that actually was the one I wanted. Count number of elements, size of the array. And correct. Now it cycles through and loops. Each one cycles through and loops. And each one starts at a different number. So now that's scrambling through, and then for each node child and each this get parent get children. So maybe rather than that, in comparing it against the, well, hang on. So my concern here is if it is too linear, all it's going to do is, oh, hang on, there's something that I can do here which works better than that. Slow up. That's system. Do we have the Godot type? We do. There's some of our instructions, but I don't get to scroll that. That's a shame. What options do we have? Apparently none. It doesn't actually have to be the, oh, for heaven's sake. Settle down. Settle down. You're fine. Nope. How about capitals? Nope, that's not a thing. Quick Google search. Oh, random int. Alrighty. C# version, please. Oh, you have to instantiate one. Methods of it. Does each of these have to have their own random number generator? That seems not great. Although I can seed them each with their individual indexes, so that's probably fine. Also, can we have a C# version, please? Or does it even matter? Maybe it doesn't care if it's C# or not. Or maybe it's only available in GDScript. That would suck. If we copy that, and then we start up like this, that wasn't a thing, and that isn't a thing. Unfortunate. How about this? Does it like that? No. Okay, back to Chromium. We're missing something. Doesn't like that. Go to C# random int. Okay. Okay, we've got a C#. I don't think we need to start up like that. I also don't know if, hello. That's supposed to be legit C#. According to Godot itself, let's see what that does. Okay. There. You can have your own thing. Oh, wait, no, that doesn't work, does it? Let's slow up. Where were we at? Okay, getting a random number. going to use a modulo. We do, in fact, want it to be an int. But we can also do rand I range, and that might be effective. Wait, no, that's rand range. I don't think you do rand I range, so we'll do this like this then. Copy. So I don't know if it hurts to have each of these guys have their own random number generator, but there it is. That at least exists and survived. Then, in that buffer, we've got that. And if larger than this, so copy that and replace that with that. And that's legitimate, except for not. Okay. Maybe because it needs to be in parentheses. No, I'm still not happy. Cannot convert source type long to target type int. Well, rand I is not going to be the long, but this is. What? Why would GD rand I be a long? No, that should be an unsigned int. Why would it be trying to convert a long? Oh, it can't convert source type to target type int. Well, alrighty then. That's not how we do that, but it's a start. Now I gotta go and put the rest of this in. Okay, are you able to do that? Apparently. That would mean you should be able to do the modulus factor on this, and it won't actually be freaking out any longer. But no, apparently not. So rand I is in fact a long. That makes no damn sense whatsoever. Let's find out what that's about. Okay, that's supposed to be an integer. Okay, it's a random number. GD rand I. Fine, let's cast that to an int. There we go. And this was almost certainly already an int, so it's fine. It was the other part of it that weirdly wasn't an int. And now we've got a variable which is 0 to the maximum index, but it's random each physics process. Mind you, I might be able to just roll that by hand using the Airwindows randomizer that runs in everything, but let's not worry about that. Because that is capable of returning the same index that we're on. And then rather than for each, oops, there you go. There, it feels much better now. So, ta-da. And let's not use this piece. Get child bot counter. That's the one it wants. And that should make everything run a lot faster. Granted, it's using randomness, but it's also not trying to do 1,000 gravitational influences for every single one. So there's that. In fact, maybe we can even have them all orbit the moon again. Alrighty. Save. Let's go back to here and make more of them now. We'll start with 200. Unless the randomization is way slower than all of that accessing, this should run a lot faster. And I would say yes, it absolutely is. So see, they have gravitational force, but perhaps not so much that we can't disrupt it. Boof. Missed him. Looks like I sailed straight through them. Yeah, so we have like a weird mob, but they're all going to be very strongly attracted to me. But they are fairly static. Man, I bounce off of the mob fairly aggressively, don't I? Okay, let's sit on the ground. There we go. Here's some chaos. Okay, where'd they go? We are luring them away from the planet, but all we've done is made them orbit the planet, and some of them have gone flying away. So here we have actual behaviors that seem interesting. And it's running at a good clip, so we're going to try the 1,000 bot version. Save. Because now it's not ramping up and trying to check. Each one is not going to try to check 1,000 other ones on every click. Once they've instantiated, it'll do a little better. There they go. They stacked up into a giant, tall thing. Watermelons in space. Oh yeah, no, come and see. It's going to be totally watermelons in space, although they are rather strongly affected by the gravity of the planet. Also, 1,000 is enough to cause me frame rate issues. Might even be worth me dialing this back a little bit. so that we can get actual frames. But here's watermelons in space. Eager watermelons in space. They're coming right for me. I am stretching the lump of physics engine watermelons. This would be more fun if it was moving faster. Let's cut it back. Oh, here they come. They're coming for me. So 1,000 was ambitious. Bear in mind, for the actual game, I was seeing them in the hundreds, not the thousands, although it would be kind of fun, and it's neat to see how hard that can go. Let's try 500 and see if it's any happier. Also, it was not garbage collection, not so much. Memory was not overwhelming. CPU was still relatively chill, so it was getting bogged down somewhere. Oh, I guess I'll need to make a... There are some frames. The flickering of it is showing me the kinds of frames that we've got. And we are drawing the watermelon planet away. So they are all randomly being drawn to one of... This is also the kind of stuff that you can do to run Boids. Except for Boids will tend to be attracted to neighboring Boids. Oh, where'd we go? There we go. But we've got our frame rate going pretty good. And we can get them to lift off of the planet. But this is what that, yeah, let's lure them away from the planet out into space. They're all hanging together. See, it's randomized. Oh, they're going back. They're going back. Now, I can do a thing where I could have them, see, it's orbiting the global mass, but the random choice of whichever one it's attracted to is different. But averaging out, see, there's one at the Lagrange point. They seem to be pretty stable. So let's ram them. Boof, boof. See, that gravitational force is really something. These do not have friction. We've gone quite a long... Oh, no, there's the planet. So the gravitational force, even though it's quite random, you can see them kind of moving around. Almost looks like a living organism. They're just all being attracted to a randomly selected instance. And you see them jittering around. Oh, and it's approaching me faster and faster. So if I ram them, I can get a few of them to bounce off, but not all that much, really. And the overall group are still approaching me. And the planet is long gone. And this is in part because of that division factor. And I can scale that back fairly simply. So let's quit out of here again. My gravitational attraction to the planet is all very well and good, and it's fine. Never did solve the look at stuff that I was doing. And we could throw a parenthesis in here. And a parenthesis in there. And then plus F. There we go. So we can reduce all of the gravitation like this. And then we go over to bot. And its gravitation also 16, also 16, and attraction towards each other also 16. So that gravitational pull is 1 divided by even more, meaning that as they're really close to each other, that attractional force isn't going to ramp up as far. So let's see. And we were getting such a good frame rate that I'm going to goose it to 600. And now it's still going to choke a little bit on startup. Here's the giant pile. And now we see that we're still having a gravitational force. We honestly could reduce the traction. Oh, and we're starting to get really frame ratey. Oof. Yeah, 600 was too much. I gotta dial it back. What's that CPU? Okay, that CPU is not really 2%. I guess this screen is just not very helpful, is it? Because I'm looking at the screen, and memory shouldn't be a problem for this machine. Granted, I'm streaming and everything, but still. But CPU was choking completely. Apparently, the CPU chart needs to be way, way lower. Can I pin that? Float. Okay. There we are. So we get to do this, and we get to float that window, meaning I can look at it. Bottleneck would be how many of these we have, I think. So from 600, let's go back to 500. It is rerunning it. It says CPU 10, 5, 8, 6. There we go. So now that's running smooth as butter. And it is claiming CPU of between 13 and 16. We have a sort of big oogly monster of watermelon bots. Technically, that's called mold. Let's pull them away. Gravitational forces, folks. They're no joke. I'm using my space bar to slow it, and then we could also ram them, but it's not actually helping. Wow, okay. Well, you know, let me show you something I can do about this. It's all very well that we can do this, but I'm bonking into them and I can barely impact them. Well, we don't just only have code, we have the Godot editor. And the Godot editor lets me go to player, player is a rigid body, I get to specify how much mass I have. I have 1,000 kilograms of mass. They're just going to bounce off of me and go flying. Now watch what happens. Save. At this point, I should be able to make them scatter and actually be a cloud. Hey, Sister Rose. Didn't spot you showing up. I saw you say boof, though. So it's 500. That should be enough. I can, however, go and look up what was going on. Okay, so here's my bots. Granted, there's only so many of them. Now if I crash into them, they will go flying. Biff. I went straight through them. Because I have extremely high mass. Where'd they go? There it is. So the way these gravitational forces work is quite interesting. Even though I've kind of scaled it back, we still really have a tendency of and of course they're also heading towards me at all times. But here we have an interesting spectacle where you can kind of see off in the distance there. We've got that little cluster. I should make it not be attracted to the planet again. Yeah, I know, right? And they all appear to be heading back because they're all basically in the same spot. So let's do the thing of making them not be attracted to the planet anymore. Bot CS. I will have them continue to be attracted to me, though, because it'll make it be a little bit more manageable. But I'll reduce it a lot. Actually, you know what? I do not have to care whether they are going towards each other, and this runs lots. So if we do not have that reference, then we cannot have this reference. So that's less code, and that's one less comparison. But even if the distance to yourself is 0, then the direction could be arbitrary, randomized, or just always one thing. But then the 1 divided by 16 every time. So it honestly doesn't matter whether it tries to be attracted to itself. Let's find out what we got. Now it's not attracted to the planet anymore, but it is coming for me. And we have this sort of globe. And if I ram it, they go flying. But only so much, because they are being attracted to sort of their center of mass just statistically. Let's watch how long it takes for it to come back together again. I'm just flying through the center of mass as much as I can. They all bounce off of each other like pole balls. And I think if I build up lots of speed, it'll work even more effectively, because it'll be sending them farther. Here we go. And you can see how the gravity works. Is that they are all, see, that one's orbiting me now. But because they are all being randomly attracted to a random selection of each other, they attract, or they behave as if they are all making a check every time of every instance. And they're not. They're truly not. This is a kind of optimization that you can do. See, now they're around the, let's fly up so that they have to come around the planet. So now here's what's going to happen. They're being drawn towards each other, but they're also being drawn towards me. And the bulk of them are on the other side of that planet. So they will collide with it. They don't have gravity towards it anymore. I do, so I'll be creeping towards it. And then they're going to randomly start making their way around the outside edge. Again, there is no perfect gravitational calculation causing them to all be drawn towards each other. It's just every frame, every physics frame, and see, here they come. It's as if they are all being drawn towards every instance of each other. They're having this extreme clustery effect. In fact, they're making a ball that is floating off of the side of the planet. And although they are never actually chasing each other, the randomization of it is causing them to go into that motionless cluster, which if you needed to do it by making them all approach each other in a very direct way, that actually wouldn't work. But for our practical purposes, it works just fine. And now we land on the surface of the planet. And watch them come over the horizon like a giant monster. Yeah, gravity by pseudo-entropy. They are behaving. Here's a couple of them. There we go. We're doomed. It's coming right for us. And see, it built up such a head of speed that it is now going to orbit around the planet. In fact, I should be able to, well, no, it's not, it doesn't have gravity towards the planet, so it's not going to orbit the planet. But I can disperse to some extent by, boof, getting knocked about. I have now got enormous inertia. I increased that substantially. And so there's our cluster, and there it is. They also bounce. They bounce, but the bounciness is not enough to stop that cluster effect. So here comes the terrifying watermelon calamari again. My CPU is still like 15, 16. I wonder what will happen. Let's push the CPU until it is going entirely too fast. Because this crazy thing is going to start orbiting me. Oh, that's funny. It changed direction. That's the whole trick, is getting lots of these little entities and trying to get them to behave as if they have minds of their own, when actually there's like next to nothing to it. Oh, and I have returned to the surface of the planet and am now covered by watermelon calamari. Cool. It's 4:13. I should have warmed up my tacos. Give me a second. I am, however, going to return to Node 3D, and we're going to try that 600, which formerly was choking and stalling, because now I have a floating menu for monitoring it, which may or may not, yeah, I just covered it. No, 600 is apparently fine. It's running just fine. There's a 600 size coming right. Well, it's not that fine, but it's reasonably fine. A little choppy. So now I move this over to where I can see it because it was getting covered up by the game window. Or maybe I just leave it like this and I can float it. Let's find out. Click play. And escape. Click that and escape again. Oh, no, wait, no, that doesn't work at all, does it? No, wait, it kind of does. Okay. Mind you, there's no great way for me to get that in view because it's being covered up by the monitoring screen, but I can fix that. Juggle the windows around enough and we'll be able to solve that. This window becomes smaller, goes to the corner, and then back we go. There, and then this. Hang on. How can I get this to show the way that I want it to? Come on. No, it goes behind, unfortunately. Well, it's at least you can see that it says like CPU up to 20. I'll move it aside and then resume play. It's choppy, and I will report what the speed actually is. As soon as I find my horrifying watermelon Katamari. There it is. So what I'm seeing with this degree of choppiness is like 14 megs managed memory, 292 to 320 total, CPU of up to 20%, but that might be on just a single CPU. Like this might be choking a single CPU completely. Let's ram it. Bam. Okay, that cut it way down. Interesting. That's physics stuff that was causing it. They were all bumping against each other so much that it became a complete meltdown. Okay, where is that again? We will continue to ram it. Boom. 6% CPU. Yeah, it ends up choking on the collision calculations is what's happening. Now we've got lots of frames because they're not all touching each other. You can see them sort of off in the distance until I go closer, at which point we'll be able to see them real good. I just swooshed right by. Boof. Yeah, so now we're down to about 5% because it was clearly continuously reporting all of those physics collisions. And if I use my extreme mass and momentum to knock them all in millions of different directions, now we get to run more efficiently. Although there are tricks around that too. Like this will end up being what it kind of looks like. See all the little faint specks moving around? There's going to be all different kinds of clouds of colored bots moving around and looking like they're doing things. These ones are just doing a gravitational force. So let's bounce out of here for a second and go back. Well, let's bounce out of here for a second and then throw another log in the fire. I've gotten distracted once more. I've gotten distracted and let the fire go out. But I mean, you can see why. all this nonsense is interesting. So the next thing I want to try here, after throwing a log on the fire and all, I want to try tinkering with the collider, the physics engine, on Bot. I believe I have told them they cannot sleep. And if they are locked in contact with each other, that might mean the physics engine is able to sleep. And that would change the behavior a lot. And it's a very easy way to find out, since we have it running so much that if they're all in the cluster, I get like bad frame rate. And if I knock them loose, I get good frame rate. So that's the next experiment to try. We'll move over here and let's see what we can make happen differently. And the game is not going to be gravitational bots all colored like watermelons smushing together. But this is a way for me to test out the abilities of the Godot engine. So here we are. Bot is a rigid body 3D. Mass extremely low. Oh, why is bounce 0? Bounce should be higher than that. That would be why they're all jamming together. So that's going to help already. But, okay, that does have can't sleep on. What's this mean? Body is frozen. Okay, let's not. Solver, we're not doing continuous integration. So this should be interesting. I've just set body's bounciness from 0 to 1. Let's see what happens now. Now they shouldn't cluster. Now they should act different. This will also help it move more aggressively. And this could be quite amusing to see. And I'm also going to be seeing this little monitoring panel, which will tell me how much CPU it's taking. If it's able to run better with the high CPU, I can crank up the numbers until it is struggling once more. Away we go. There. Now they have bounciness. So they're trying to form the cluster, but the CPU continues to be rather low. And it is a more separated cluster. No, it's starting to choke a little tiny bit. Too many contacts with each other is what that is. Boom. Better bounciness this time. And I can see what happened to the CPU. Like, boom. Okay, so let's quickly bring in monitoring. This was when they were all clustered together. That's when I smacked them and made them all separate. That's how much better the CPU got when they were not all touching each other. That's a physics engine for you. And now they are gathered together once more. So my CPU rating is gone much higher once more, and I really should place that central reticle. I think I have the graphic available and everything. I could simply place a reticle made of letters, because I have that there, but I do also have an image, so I can place that. So we're down to really bad CPU once more. It's at about 20% CPU. That ought to do better. There, 600 bots. we're going to try to make them a globular cloud of essentially bot ping pong balls with no real central organizing force, but it will recluster. Boof. See, now they do have bounciness, so there'll be a great deal of effect in me going through them like that. Will help to send them flying off into the distance. But they don't actually have any further behaviors. I'm trying as best I can to scatter as many of them as I can. And again, their only centralizing force is they're being randomly attracted towards randomly selected other bots. And that is enough to pull them towards their center of mass with this degree of consistency. So what I'm wondering is if I can scatter them well enough, will they form another cluster somewhere else? Because they could. It's a statistical matter. Really goes to show you how phenomena like this work. And again, they have bounciness, so they do act kind of like pool balls and knock around. It's just that the gravitational force is so strong that it barely matters how many of them I knock away. I guess if I was a lot larger as well as being as high inertia as I am, that would help. But honestly, it's extremely difficult to get this cluster to break up. And all that's happening... Oh, and I forgot to... My tacos! Oh no! Okay, so here's what we're going to do. They're going to come for me, and I'm going to go and make tacos. Or get ready to, anyway. It is my own silly fault for trying to do something so interesting. I am pinned to the planet by bots. They're so close that you can't even see the text, because that text exists in world space. It's not a canvas overlay. But I will force my way through because I have enormous inertia. Boof, there we go. That was strangely effective. And there they are again. It's amazing. That's the thing, is all of them are drawn towards me, even though they are randomly also drawn towards each other. I know, right? They need creepy mouths on their texture. I think we got away. Or have we? There's one. There, we're safe. We have only one. It's going to be orbiting me. Uh-oh, here's another. Now we see whether the other one is also attracted, because the chances of it also being attracted to the one that's orbiting me is not very great, but at 60 frames a second, several times a second, it might be drawn directly, these might be drawn directly towards each other. See, bunk that out of the way, or not. See, off they go. So imagine firing little zaps towards these guys and having them point towards you being able to find the one of your color. Like, hit the brake, stop there. It's off doing something or going somewhere. You go, hi, have you seen something with my texture on it? And it's like, no, and it goes away. So there's another one. You go, okay, how about you? Have you seen something with my texture on it? And then the next thing you know, the Death Star is in the distance. Oh no. That is a strangely effective clustering considering just the sheer randomness of, but you know how that works. Oh, here's somebody coming towards me. There you go. The reason it's doing it so effectively is because they are all randomly being pulled towards a random selection, but if so many of them are literally there, everything's going to be drawn literally towards there. Off you go. And I see whether I can punt any of them directly towards the cloud. Perhaps not. They will eventually get there. Although the gravitational effect is stronger the closer you are, even though I'm compensating for that effect to some extent. Oh, pfoo. No, I'm not the man to cure COVID. That's not a thing. Shall we make one final run towards this strange monstrosity? And the moon in the background? Look at it, it's pulling all of the other ones towards it. Boof. Okay, now did that do much? Kinda. But everything is still being drawn towards it. I should probably take another hour with this or so, simply so that my oven can warm up and my cheese can thaw and stuff. And yeah. So what are the next things? Well, I can tell you what some of those things are. I can do a thing with, it's going to have to be in the Godot engine. So our objects are here. We have texture. This is a folder containing PNG files. The next question is, can I randomly assign graphics to each of these bots? At which point things will become much more colorful, like the fire that is roaring away nicely again. Fair. So, how do we go about doing this? Mesh instance. First things first. It's going to be done in Writer. In Node 3D, bots equals Node 3D. I can make as many of them as I want. Everything's adjusting nicely to it. Bot position equals vector 3 up. That's why they formed the stack that they do. It could also do randomness. That would work. All I'd have to do is generate a new vector 3D of random values, and that'd be able to have them sparsely, placed throughout space. But the even better thing to do would be to assign textures. All right, see you later, Chad. And thank you for the early on help finding something that I could type in and make it work. So first things first. We're not going to have Katamari Watermelon for long. We need to come up with probably another array. After that. So, can we iterate through the folder? I don't think our folder is actually a Godot object, so that's possibly a concern. Can we drag it into the Godot window? No, that's no, you can't. It's not going to let me. Resource texture, resource texture. So then it's a question of, can we run this? Can we make presumably an array not of node 3D, but of, well, firstly, can we actually refer to that folder? No children, parent, index, basis, child. Child is not actually a thing. Global basis, groups, index, meta, method list. No, not quite yet. I don't think the folder counts as a node. I'm trying to stretch out a little bit here. So, hey, all right. Have fun going home and working on your game. That sounds like a plan. So back over to searching around for things. C#. Load texture from file. Ready, so load path to your texture. I'm going to be looking to iterate over the contents of a folder. Kind of like this person's asking how to dynamically load all resources in folder. In theory, it could even be more resources than you think. Can add more. Alrighty, they got something, but this is probably GD script. And I don't love that. Although it is 1 year ago. But that looks a lot like GD script. Let's see what this does just tossed into C#. Don't work. Because it's GD script, that's why. However, there might be a dir access seems to exist, but get files that does not. Sometimes that's because it is capitalized. So that for loop don't work. I also don't have that, but that's fine. And so that doesn't do anything, but it is at least a something. And if I do this, well, apparently that is the, it's something, but that's the total number of things in this list. That's all things in there. So this is spitting out an array. And you can do that on certain things. So you can do that, although it didn't do anything. There. So now this will do this once, and I will see the result as soon as I quit back out of it again. Which might take a while. There we go. Here should be the end result. Couldn't open directory, it passed res textures. Okay, so it tried, but it failed. Ah, because it's texture, not textures. There we go. Let's try that again, but with the right name. And while I'm at it, let's cut the numbers way back just so that it doesn't stall so hard. And this time it'll be a little easier to manage. Boom. 100 is still a fair large amount. Okay. 258. That is correct. That is the number of textures in here. So that is now a legitimate value. Let's go back and see whether we can search for stuff including this bit of code and see if that'll help. Okay, I already asked for that. Big truck derping around outside. May or may not be audible. There's somebody who's loading textures into buttons in the same way, and they don't want to do each one individually, which is legit. Okay, nobody had any further comments about that. Here is the overall class in C#. So it's possible that there will be code doing the thing here. That doesn't look like it's right there. Hang on. Oh, alrighty. So that's in Russian, so I don't speak it, sadly. Or maybe not sadly, whatever you want to call it. Back up to here. Sadly or happily or whatever it is. If you want to see the exact resource file list, use that as well instead. Don't think I have to worry about that. Access resource, you should use resource loader. What's that? I don't think I can get anywhere with code like that. I feel like I need to go back to this one, which is at least something somebody's trying to do. Alrighty, that gives me the number of files. Can I do a for each? Hi, unhelpful. What if we did that? That's not actually a thing. That's something other than what I need. And we don't actually ever have to care about length if we're doing a for each. However, this stuff might give me what I need to iterate on that. What do I get when I search for this chunk of text? Go to engine, fair. More questions about that? Let's see how things are working. What do we have here? No, that's not what I need. It doesn't need to be recursive. Let's see what this one's doing. Been streaming over 6 hours. I am trying to keep along until I get something done, but I'm also letting my stove warm up, and my taco cheese to thaw out because it was in the freezer, so I kind of have to keep bashing away at this to some extent. It's fine. I'll see whether I can get anything happening. Firstly, this is in ready. That makes no sense at all. We're not going to go there. It seems to want to do this to make it match in size, which is not necessarily correct. Now what I'm wondering is, could I get this value at runtime and use it to declare a variable? I feel like that's a world of hurt waiting to happen. And yet, maybe it would work. Let's find out. It's not going to do anything. Oh, and this is nothing. Got to make sure that goes away. But let's see if this actually runs, or if it simply crashes as soon as it runs into that. Well, I mean, technically it runs. That said, I don't know what happened. 258. Okay. It looks more than a little bit like you're able to define the number of elements in there by the number of files. That suggests, seeing as I just printed 258 out of there, and that is apparently that, well, no, hang on, slow down. I'm getting ahead of myself. These do not simply have the texture in there. It's twice the size because projects and let's see, where are we? Counterpart. These each have import files in them. I do not wish to also count the import files, but that's why I got to 258. However, I can fix that. This assumes that if all the files, there's also an import file, and it is counting the number of files in the directory. Now, if I run it, it should also still work. Sure enough, we are functioning. Our globe of weird crap is floating around. And being knocked off into the distance like this. And it will eventually reformulate itself. And it's also orbiting me while it's busy doing that. Katamari watermelon is reassembling. It's out there somewhere. There it is. It's coming right for me. Dun dun. The Katamari watermelon is in orbit around this little planet. Actually, it's not drawn towards the planet at all. It's coming at me. And since we were able to do that, it suggests that I can do stuff in Ready as far as loading up these image textures. The question becomes, how do I know which ones load, and are they in order of alphabetical order, or are they in like first the PNGs and then the import files, or what? And technically I could just drag all of this into some kind of container in the Godot editor, and that might be a fine idea. But I don't know how to define a folder of image textures in the Godot editor when I can't drag a folder into the Godot editor. Although I suppose I could ask. Not even C#. I can drag individual files, but YouTube, no. We're not doing YouTube. Not doing that today. Oh, Reddit. You can add Reddit. Cannot be loaded, must be imported. Cool, fine. That's exactly what I was hoping to do. Image or image texture. I think we're doing image texture. Although, I should check. There's only 3 of you left. This is Rose. Rose is heading out. It's dinner time. Everybody's going and having dinner. Fair. Fair. Completely fine. So the thing that's on my mind at the moment is that I've got a program that reads image data into the matrix works. It's granted it is GDScript, but it reads image data. And one of these search files is how it does it. So we're going to open that with BBEdit so we don't confuse anything. And what kind of, oh, look at all the primes. All right, just heading now. And what kind of thing do we have to create in order to be able to read stuff off of the image? Because I should load those images just like that and keep them indexed and run on that basis. So here we are. Oh, actually, hang on a second. I'm not sure I'm reading off of images anymore. I've got an array to do that. So I stand corrected. An old version of it did that. However, I am drawing to images, and I think it was, yeah, display set pixel. So display is the kind of thing I was working with. I believe you have display get pixel. What kind of thing is display? I don't think this is going to show me. Well, that seems unfortunate. However, I can find out the hard way. Oh dear, what if I quit if it wasn't that? Well, I didn't quit OBS and I didn't quit YouTube, so something else quit. This is the one I wanted to quit. Let's try that. There we go. Maybe I quit BB Edit. So now I go and literally look at Into the Matrix, which is a GD script application, but I can look at its scripts. I can go to Halt 6. Here's where display is, and I do create it inside this code. So oh, that's Halt 6. Never mind. Don't mind me. I'm confusing myself unnecessarily. Okay. Display image create 512 blah blah blah. I need to create it as an array of images in order to work with it the way that I wish to work with it. So let's do that. They're not very big. Let's load an array of images. Back to counterpart. It's remembered the correct size. That's nice. Back to JetBrains Writer, which is where I have my counterpart info. It's busy trying to launch itself. And rather than image texture 3D, it's going to be image. Oh, hi, are you not able to do that? Okay, now it feels better. Image equals new image. And that many of them. Then I have to figure out how to iterate over this. That was a tab. What the deal? Come on. Okay, and this would be the basic kind of thing, except for it's not correct. But there's where it would be coming from. Do we need to add something here? Okay, that stuff is probably fine. Yeah, I doubt I need to do anything more there. But I don't have images. I'm trying to load them into images. So what I want to do is iterate over get files, PNG files. That's not going to help either. So back to searching. In this case, we're searching for iterating over files in a directory. I don't need to go through files in a file system. C#, I don't think I need to create a dictionary. I don't see their code. I don't see any of that stuff there. Pseudocode. Well, okay. More dicts. I'm not actually dealing with dict. More dicts. I'm just trying to make an array. I don't need to make a dictionary. Back we go. Reddit, always more helpful. Example in documentation, so not so much. But file get extension. Seems legit. Not a scene we're talking about. We're talking about a PNG file. There's something else from fairly recently. That's in Godot 3x. So no. And it's while rather than for each. Described in documentation does not work. Okay, I get it. And it doesn't need to be hierarchical in any way. Directory in C#. Not including subfolders for me, please. C#, find all files in a folder, Stack Overflow. Okay, what's this do? Yeah, they change everything. Everybody changes everything all the time. For each var file in dget files. Well, that's not necessarily Godot language, is it? But on the other hand, that may actually be returning something. If file contains Katamari. Yay! We're using some of our language for things. That's not at all what I had in mind, but file is a real thing. And that means maybe we don't even need this to be this. I can append. That's what we had before. And if we do not attempt to do that, we could do new image 0 or something along those lines. There, see, it's fine with that. That may mean there is nothing there. But here we have file related things. So file is that going to include the suffixes? It's looking like it's going to act like it's just straight up strings, and you have to treat it as a single string, which includes a dot and the PNG at the end. We'll find out. We'll find out. Oh, it didn't like that. It needs me to have that in quotes, doesn't it? There we go. Hang on. Being a mess. Please don't be such a mess. And files, whatever the string is. Boom. Oh, interesting. It's going to print it just as this string? Okay. If you say so, rock on. And it looks like we still have mess. Oh, that's why. File ends with, we need to have a closing parenthesis here, and then it should be fine. Alrighty. Quick run. Let's see if in the string we've got a giant pile of all the names of the strings that we could have. It shouldn't have done anything else. What do we got? Yay! Looky there. Oh, except for we apparently have, no, that's the number of them. That's the number of them. And I don't believe we needed to do that. So that's iterating through every single one of these files, and we can make an array out of every single one of these PNG files. All we got to do is also do a thing. Firstly, brains blank. Eliminate. Make 0. I think that's read. So get length, get value, set value, toString. There was something in here which let me just blank it. Append, I'm going to want to use append for the next bit, but I don't want there to be a 0 entry. Contains count, acceptly first, join last, max. I don't see anything saying blank. Ooh, thank you, Food Matt. Somebody, I was so busy doing this, I didn't notice somebody was asking plugin questions. Do I have a set length? No. Ah, okay, this might work. No, that's not what I want, actually. Initialize makes that start to be... You know what? Let's see whether we get anything out of this just by itself. And looky there, it looks like it has figured out some of what it wants, except for it thinks I need to do it as texture, but I need to do it as image. And that looks suspicious. Okay, the return value not used. Interesting. Append source element. I don't know whether that will work. It doesn't know what I'm doing. Because what I'm doing is trying to go to Mesh Instance 3D Hang on. What are you doing? Oh my God. Fine. We'll do that and change it. There we go. And then none of the rest of this makes any sense. But that's because it has no idea what I'm trying to do, because it's like a robot or something. Or it's hallucinating. It's one of those hallucinating things. Get node, mesh instance 3D. And it's not going to be mesh, but we're on the right track. Or maybe it is. Let's go see. So you've got to go to here. And we go to mesh. No, wait, we go to material. Mesh is fine. Go to mesh. And then material. And then load the resource. No, wait, no, that's not right either. There we go. So we're either going to go to mesh or material. Perhaps both. Nope. How about it? Oh, no, capital A there. Material override, I do not. It just replaced that with what it wanted rather than what I wanted. Thank you. Unhelpful. Okay, so presumably get active material it's going to want. And then I need to apply it. I got to apply the texture. So get node mesh instance and get active material. Got that much. Look, next pass, native instance, resource name. That's kind of generic. Doesn't say anything about textures. Get next pass is a material. Set next, but we're not using next pass. We're not using those things at all. And this is all Godot node language. We're going to have a native material. I'm just not finding anything relating to textures in here. And we do have a texture loaded, but I'm trying to replace it on the fly. Let's see. So material. We can load, in fact, we can load. Oh, hang on, wait, slow down. That's not correct at all. What the hell? What the hell? How is this not what I'm looking for? And yet it is not. Yet it is not. So how did I get to that texture in the first place? Because I'm looking the wrong place somehow. So mesh. Material seems to be normal material, so maybe I'm looking for it somewhere else. It's not going to be surface material override. Resource, that's not it. Like this material is showing, like let's empty it. Okay, now it doesn't have anything in there. Standard material 3D. Albedo. Texture. Okay. That's how we got there. But it doesn't know what that is. How about this? Does this know what that is? Well, this is part of the mesh instance. But I do not think I actually want to go to the mesh here. This looks like mesh-oriented stuff to me. I do get to go to active material. And I could get the mesh and go with that. My fire's going out again, excuse me. It's getting really late, but I super want to do this. I feel like it's actually working, and it would be a fun way to end stream. Just have a rainbow of crazy colored bots everywhere. That would be fun. I'd like that. I want to see if I can make that happen. Okay. Time to look for something like that's what I'm trying to do. Oh, it says it's nearly impossible. Well, I'm asking for C#, not JD script. That apparently doesn't work. This apparently doesn't work. It's going to be cumbersome. It was cumbersome in Unity as well. And this does not appear to be, for heaven's sake. Leave me alone. I use the kind of little mess. Fair, okay, okay. This is 5 years ago. Maybe it's not C#. That's commented out, so I'm not sure what that's about. That is literally what I'm looking to do. Mesh instance material, mesh instance get surface material, surface number. Surface number, you say. What's the surface number? Okay, I'm only using the main one. Godot docs are still missing after years. Yup. This is not unlike any other engine, though. Well, maybe Unreal is more organized. Unity is definitely just a pile of mess on top of a pile of mess. So surface get material, surface number. So it's going to look for a number. I'm not actually looking for albedo texture. That's not correct at all. This is more than I need. But I do have a mesh instance 3D. So there's going to be a surface slot relating to this albedo. And this is the part that I got to load in, which I can load in with these. See, this time it works just fine. And so now if I run it, we're going to have a lot of Art Deco stucco parrot. Oh, no, it didn't like that, did it? And that's because I have not actually finished the amending of code here. So interesting. Set surface override. Well, but is it override material that I even want? Surface get material int instead to get the material within the mesh resource. Like these are all going to be the same, so if I can get it to work for one, I can get it to work for all of them. The mesh resource for the sphere has one surface, if I'm not mistaken. So surface get material int. Weird, it's not showing it. That is not showing it. Okay, there we go. Get the material within the mesh resource. That's a separate resource. But maybe I need to indirect into that. I need to indirect into that. So is that going to give me access to set the texture? Surface get material, surface set material. For a custom class extending mesh. Well, maybe that's not what I want. Override the surface material, huh? Get surface count. That's going to be like 1 for this one. And here is the material in there, not the override. So this is the material within the mesh resource. I do have that set. Is this going to direct me towards the texture? That's going to let me set the texture. Well, we do get to set a lot of things, but texture maybe is not one of them. S, nope. Okay, look, it's trying to finish. It's trying to autocomplete. Even though that's not within this list of stuff. And yet, no, it doesn't like that one bit. Why do you try to autocomplete if you're talking nonsense and don't know what you're doing? Seriously? It thought it knew what it was doing. It's just mad. That's not a thing. So mesh surface get material texture. What if I did set material instead? Those are both void. Let's try that. Oh dear. gets messier and messier, I tell you. Wild. Well, that doesn't have a texture resource either. Of course, it's a void. It just returns. Oh, boy. And that is nonsense. But that's returning a string, so that's not even helpful. But brains is a image. Brains. Let's say it's brains 3. So that's an image. We can work at this from both directions. We can try to convert it to a texture on the fly. Ah, dear me. Okay, so we are here. We are trying to swap this from there. One thing that I can do is check that this still works by commenting that out. If this works, it won't crash. And if this has the stuff that I had there, everything's going to be Art Deco Stucco Parrot. That's Art Deco Stucco Parrot, but it's extremely dark. It's not lit. There's no light. This is fixable. Material. Vertex color, albedo. Albedo is fine. Shading. Unshaded. There we go. Save that. I must have deleted the material and started it again. So back to here. This time it should be bright and shiny. Arguably too bright and shiny. Art Deco Stucco Parrot is a vivid looking bot. That's a bright color. You can see it from a mile off. This is going to be over a great distance, and there will be additional dots sort of off in the distance that are like phantom dots. Missed them. Where'd they go? Where did they go? There they went. I went really far. And one of them is still wandering about and not joining its clan. There. That sent a few more of them going, but not as many as I would have thought. I keep aiming too low. I gotta put that reticle in there. I can't find my way around. There we go. Dead center. So yeah, you're supposed to be able to see these guys off in the distance, and they're all going around doing their own thing, using the brain that comes from the image files I have probably successfully loaded. I'm just having a hard time assigning them to the individual bots, which I can generate as many as I want. but I'm having a hard time programmatically loading the texture or generating the texture and then loading the texture onto each of these individual entities because they all just have what I made them have in the engine. And it'll be a lot more interesting if they're all distinct individual patterns and textures and colors. Oh, error loading resources. Interesting, interesting. We didn't actually succeed in loading these. Well, there's one problem. So green ripples resource file not found, eh? Multiple problems with, and there's another one, and then error loading, not found again, not found. They seem to be in alphabetical order. Gritty green, yep, sure enough. Every single one is failing to load on the for each. But part of the error might be that I'm printing that instead of only appending when there's something to append. So that's an obvious bug. Let's put that here. That should be correct. It did actually run. Now we find out whether we can append or not. So there's our brightly glowing guys. That's entirely brighter than they need to be. And let's see what, oh, we are, in fact, it did not find zone out. So the final one was not present. Also, the first one was not present. Okay. Resource file not found. Why? It seems like it should be right there. Well, maybe we're not using the entire thing. Rather than just the file name, we do this. Then we have an entire path, and now we see if this is any better, because that's an obvious possibility for what went wrong. Something else went wrong. Now we don't have any bots. What do we got? Interesting. Hi. Object of type Godot compressed texture 2D. Interesting. Well, I can make it a compressed texture 2D and see what I can make of that. Look, you can even do an array. But I don't think this isn't actually going to count. And, oh, okay, these need to match. Fine. That seems sensible. You absolutely should match. There we go. Now let's see if it's happy or blows up. It doesn't contain a definition for append. Okay. Didn't even build that time. Yikes. Well, it was able to figure out what it was doing a little bit better. I can't spell for anything today. So rather than just append, what we got to do is transform that into compressed texture. So what we do is we load it as compressed texture 2D. See what new problem we have, and then presumably convert it to, oh, for heaven's sake. Good Lord, man. What's your little problem? How can it not have a definition for append? That's nonsense. See, there it is. There it is. It's right there. Mind you, I don't understand why it do what it do. So let's roll back from here a little bit. Oh God, it's getting so late. I'm supposed to be having tacos. Anybody who's watching this, I am sorry. Sorry to myself as well for failing so hard with this. So, what is the deal with this? What you doing? So GD load, compress texture 2D, because that's what it is. Can we convert it into something? To string is not what I had in mind. Okay, image that is a copy of data, that's a start. And now this is no longer a red underline, it is a yellow underline. Now what do we got? Does it even run? It ran well enough to load these guys. Now, what kind of problems do we have lurking? Apparently none. Okay. We loaded those, we made them into images. What we cannot apparently do is, for each bot as we create them, we don't actually get to cast that to anything. And that is because we don't know how to talk to this mesh. So the material, that's a void, so nothing else happens. What do you got to put inside there? Presumably, okay. Where can we get into a texture mode? Come on. Come on, this doesn't have to be this bad. Back to Chromium. This is going to go on forever. Here we are. Oh, and I should specify Reddit. 2023, cool beans. Ooh, interesting. If you've defined a material in the inspector, you should be able to update it in code. All scene instances using this material will be updated too. That's not going to be okay. That's not going to work. They need to have distinct materials. However, I can at least find out whether it can be done at all. This was possible in Unity. It seems like it's a little less possible in Godot. Oh, Chad, you're back again. Also, this is script. Hey, Unfa's a plugin user that I know. Neat. So we're changing that from within GDScript. I hope Unfa's work with Godot is going well. Better than mine, anyway. Looks like GDScript to me. Ah, but could there be something like this? It looks very much like I've got everything loaded. I didn't see any errors here. No, I don't want to watch a video for this. I'm going way past taco time, I'm telling you. But this is like challenging and interesting and stressful and strenuous and stuff. Okay, that part worked. Don't need to worry about that. That part worked. Capitalize. Capitalize. And more capitalize. No, still not working. Okay, what else can we do here? Set? No. Texture? Oh, it wants to believe that it can do this, but I doubt it can. See, there's no autocomplete there. It was so sure it could do that thing. Mind you, I could simply make an array of materials. Wouldn't that be interesting? Boom, bot material. And then I don't need that kept around anymore. And I honestly don't know what else to do with that. Got anything about textures in here? No. Chad, yeah, well, I'm stuck with this, so that's why I'm still on. I'm struggling. I'm struggling with the thing. So hey, assign an image as an albedo texture. Cool, that's exactly what I want to do. I'm not sure if it's going to help. In C#. So you're supposed to do this, and then it's like, that doesn't show up. That's not a thing. The script has create from image C# doesn't. Okay. Alrighty. What do we got? We've got a set of things. Let's punch them into here and see what they do. Okay, so you can do this. You can do that. I don't know why we need var here, but it seems to let you. So that's fine. That moves up here over the material part. Here's where it would be doing the other thing, so maybe not that worried about that. Why does it say material exclamation point albedo texture? And yet, it seems happy enough with that. So we move those up there, we see if it runs, and then we see if there's anything we can do with any of it. And we append that if we can. See if it runs or crashes. Okay, that did not successfully run. What complaints has it? Oh. it wasn't able to find the mesh instance 3D because there wasn't one. So it wasn't able to do anything with this. However, it looks like we were able to create new image, so this would live down here. So there's a start. Rather than this, hang on, slow down. What? Okay, this was just a mess. I think that was something though. So in theory that might work, except for this isn't actually a thing. That was what wasn't working before. We're able to create a mesh. We're able to create a material. We're not able to resolve new image. But okay, so we appended that. It's pretty much the same as what we have here. So it would be create from image brain something. So up to this point, same as that. I'm trying to figure out whether I'm even referencing an array value in here anywhere. So brains something. Brains variation 2. Okay, so new image, create that from there. Mesh is the mesh of whatever it is we've got in here. I don't know if we have enough of these to literally just instance it, but we could go for that. And then that is presumably applying it. And if it works, we will see all different colors, but I feel like it won't. Or everything will be different colors, and then it'll all be the same one at the end. Well, we'll cut it down to 10 of those. We'll get rid of this bit, which doesn't actually work. Having the empty array there should be fine, though. And we do not have any results, because index was outside the bounds of the array. Interesting. How is that? We did create a bunch of elements, yes? Oh, hang on, it was here. So we're able to create that, but this is beyond the array? This is puzzling. However, I am looking at certain things that look like they're supposed to be working. This wasn't the problem, this was. So mesh get active material 0 was a problem. It's outside the bounds of the array. What if it was active material 1? What then? No bueno, nothing. Index was outside the bounds of the array. Line 45 this time. Huh. Well, what if we just picked 1 each time? I can't imagine that it would... Bot's length doesn't go that large, but still. We got nothing. What happened? Oh. Index 1 is out of bounds. 1 equals 1. 1 does equal 1. Correct. One so equals 1 that I'm not really sure where to go with that. Surface over material size equals 1. Get active surface will go back to 0. See what it thinks of that. Maybe it's just not even an existing thing. No bueno, nothing. Index keeps being outside the bounds of the array in 45. I would have thought the array brains has images that I can create from. It looked like that was what was being made. We are creating a new image. Nothing happens, but we are. If we don't do this, nothing should happen. We should be building a thing full of images that way. But we're not. See, when there are no errors here, that means it's able to load these into the array of images I'm trying to use. Line 45 says that's not something it can do. Here's 45. Create from image brains 1. Property and class Godot image. So that it does know it's an image. Okay, it's making a suggestion. It is suggesting that I use length minus 1. What if I instead use count? And it's still suggesting minus 1. I guess it knows what it did. Maybe that's going to make a negative 0 or something. Nope, no bueno. No good. Index was outside the bounds of the array. Brains length minus 1 is outside the bounds of brains. That doesn't make any sense at all. Good luck with the spaceship texture, Chad. Oh dear. Oh dear me. Let's see if any of this can be turned to any useful direction. Since in 3D, and then get active material. It's supposed to be something you can do. Here we go. And then that's not supposed to be that. That's an array. It wants an integer. Also, I don't get why material exclamation point albedo texture is a thing. See, you were wrong. It wasn't what you thought it was at all. There we go. And get node get active material as standard material 3D. So that can conceivably stack. Indeed, yep, I am confused over the simplest thing too. I can't let it go though. I mean, my tacos are ready. They are ready. In theory, that should work. That is now available. Can I simply load one of these into an image? What if we do it like this? Never mind that. Let's just do an image directly. I will look up the name. Yosa .png. Oh, look, it knows where it's at. I could pick any of these. It found the inside of the folder. That's kind of cool. So in theory, that means it needs to do this and this and this. That stuff maybe not so much. So material bot get node, we're doing things to it, although we're not actually setting nodes or anything like that. But we're referring to this which we got from the one we're working on. Now what do we got? Hi! That's the new texture. They're all the new texture, but that's the new texture. That's the one called Yosa. Neat. Okay, so this is getting close to time for me to retire in... Oh no, it crashed. Oh lordy. What a mess. So the actual program crashes and dies rather than try to do this, but See, and now we can replace it with whatever we want. Let's pick something. What was that super... Oh, Genesis cover. That's an orangey one. That means if we could do a array of names. It could just be an array of names. And this is loading it. The question is this able to make each of them have their own distinct material? And I don't know the answer to that. But save, run, Genesis cover this time. See, that's why I called it Genesis cover. It's that bright yellow. The brightness is a little excessive, honestly, but that has to do with my visual qualities in here. And then if I quit out of here, does it crash Godot? Again. I suppose not. Okay, well, gosh, if we can do this, I do need to load brains. Okay. Brains append, and then file name append. Stop that. We need to use that bit. That's a string. So let's lose this stuff. And then let's see what we can do with this. So if we just try to do file name 2, if it works, we can start doing stuff like the index. But let's see if we can substitute that text for the other text. It's going to be a different picture, or it's going to be nothing. Okay, it was going to work, except for not. Where's our problem? Index was outside the bounds of the array. How is this a thing? Are we not actually able to open all of these after all? What even is its problem? Can't you load these files? Let's print something. Print file name length after you have printed this other stuff. So that should print whatever the length of file name is after it prints zone out, and then it will have whatever problem it has. But it'll at least print something in the controls before falling over and dying. Okay, it got through those okay. And then the length of the array is 0. Well, that's a problem. Is it not counting the PNG? Or true. So that is now always going to run. Let's see what it does. Well, it doesn't run anything. But the question is, oh, no loader found for import. Okay. So brains, that didn't work. And the other ones worked fine. So apparently, file ends with PNG, it was actually able to work. Previously, it was failing to work. So it was actually able to do that. And then we printed file. But we never append, do we? Why is this? It says return value of pure method is not used. How come you're not? Okay, we're looking for file name length. Appends a value. String source, string element. Do we need an additional variable in here? And if I'm just doing that one thing, does it fail? IEnumerable brackets string. There's a comma in there, so it's like it wants two things. I don't know what the second thing would be. Although, that suggests that maybe it's fine. Knows it needs to be a string. That's a string. Let's append that every time. We're printing every single instance. Technically, I could have that be simply file, but this apparently is no bueno. So does that make this be an array sized 0 again? Yes, it's an array sized 0 again. What if these were array sized 1? Does it need to start with an array element? Well, we now declared it to be 1. Does that mean it claims it's 1? Yes, it does. I can run append, but it doesn't do anything. This is frickin' dumb and heartbreaking. We're able to print all of these things, and yet we are simply not able to even add another entry to the arrays that we've got, even though there are array addy entry thingies to do. That said, this is saying return value of pure method is not used. What does that mean? Let's go and look at it again. Return value of pure method is not used. Strings are immutable, are they? Is that what the problem is? I would rather like to see it in Godot, though. My fire is running out of fire again. Meh. That's old. 2013, that is. I don't know if that's C#. You made a C# array, not a Godot array. Interesting. So that could be a problem. Godot arrays are really complicated. I should mention that. Godot arrays are beasts. This is GDScript. I am, in fact, returning an empty array, so that looks messy. Yeah, the problem with Godot arrays is that they can be an array of other arrays and random combinations of objects and things like that. And that's a giant mess. This might be what I did. Oh, and having length there might mean it's not a Godot array. So append or add. Same as append in GDScript. I'm trying to use GDScript, but it ain't working, so here is a page all about that. What, is append in here? No. A string is here, a string is here. Life is Skittles and life is beer. I think the loveliest time of the year is the spring. I do, don't you? Of course you do. Arrays. Yay. Okay, so packed array. Array in C#. Append, add, append array, add range. Okay, let's see if this gets me anything. Wrong place. How about not append, but add? Well, it doesn't like that one bit. it's super not happy with that part, and I would have thought that that would be fine. Let's see if we can make it have arrays and have them contain something in them, even if it's super unhelpful. Okay, no overload for method initialize takes 1 argument. Image array doesn't contain a definition for add. So these are Godot arrays inherently. They just don't know what to do with themselves. And that is cumbersome. Let's put it back to what it was before, although this is not actually working. So then we have a different problem. It's claiming that doesn't do anything. So we can take a moment and look into what in the world is that supposed to mean. So index was outside the bounds of this because there's nothing there. Append has a yellow squiggle because return value of pure method is not used. Do we need a comma? Does it need something like that? No, apparently not. Well, what else could it need? It doesn't need an array. Maybe it needs something before this? What would it put there if that wasn't the first thing? Source string element, i.e. numerable string. Nope, doesn't like that either. Oh man, I'm going to be doing this until the end of the night. That's a bad idea. It's a super bad idea. Ooh, look at that. Okay, so you cannot change the array size once it is created. So there ain't no such thing as a very interesting. So you need to use list instead, which I'm not sure how much of a problem that is. That looks kind of messy though. Or, looky here, this is something that could be tried. You can call it toArray. Or you can do that, but you don't get to append to an array in C#, which it would be useful if somebody had told me that, but fine. Now we'll see whether that does anything. At least the append isn't covered up. Again, return value of pure method is not used. Well, let's see if it does anything. I'm guessing not. Nope, got nothing. So that moved the not used from append to array, and yet it is still not working. So what can we do but continue to remove not working stuff until we get back to our it made something happen. I don't get to use file name 2 because there's nothing there. But I do get to just use the texture stuff here. And then rather than trying to load it from this, and then we get to pick one of these. Blood on the concrete, I'm feeling that. And then when we play it, it does, in fact, that's far too bright, but that said, it does, in fact, draw something. And biff, away they go into the distance. Here's the planet that I'm on. In remembrance of Katamari Watermelon, it's now showing stuff floating around in space. And they're operating and using gravity on each other, which is not what we're going to keep, but it's fine. It'll be there for the time being. And you know what? That's enough, or I'm going to be doing this and not eating all night long. And doing this not eating all night long is not good. So as these guys slowly begin orbiting me, we're going to call it a day. I'll see you folks next week. I will be posting something as a plugin this weekend. That part shouldn't be a problem. Talk to you later. Bye-bye. I'll be playing with this some more, and maybe I'll have some of this stuff fixed by the time you next see me. I've been online for more than 8 hours. Talk to you later.